Chapter 43. The capital is full of debauches, but to be so arrogant and have a small red mole on the tip of his nose, he is the only one. Does your highness know who he is? It was still the same second-floor private room in the Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon restaurant, but for the first time, Ning Shu felt that the food was tasteless. Opposite him, Xiahou Qing was still as calm as before, as if he would not be shaken by anything. He took a sip of tea, and from his beautiful but bloodless lips, he casually spat out a name, the youngest son of the Ruan family, Ruan Chang'an. Hearing these words, Ning Shu could not help but sigh for the first time in a few days. The two words Chang'an were not scary, what was scary was the first word Ruan. Bai Shaoxing, who was downstairs, was still as witty as before. He had a glib tongue, and the sound of a bamboo clapper was heard. If you ask about the most honorable woman in the imperial court, it must be the mother of the world, the graceful and peerless empress. But if you ask about the most favored woman in front of the sage, it must be Consort Wen. Consort Wen entered the palace for less than 3 years, and was promoted from a small noble to an imperial concubine, only one step away from the position of empress. She is our great Yu dynasty's most outstanding woman. Does anyone know who had such a glorious record? Bai Shaoxing had just whetted everyone's appetite, and then immediately said, "I can't say." Countless boos came from the audience. Bai Shaoxing shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm deliberately keeping everyone in suspense, but once I say it, I'm afraid my head will fly away in an instant. Let us continue to talk about Consort Wen. You may not know, but when Consort Wen entered the palace 3 years ago, she was not favored. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, some were beautiful, some were talented, and some were lockbreakers. In short, she was a dazzling beauty. Consort Wen's family was not too prominent, and in the first year she entered the palace, she did not even see the sage's face. In the following 2 years, although there was some improvement, it was still ordinary, until last year on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the bathing Buddha festival. In fact, many people knew about this part, but it didn't stop them from continuing to listen with great interest. Let's talk about that day. Today, His Majesty led the harem to Wanfo Temple to watch the bathing Buddha ceremony. Just as the ceremony was about to end, a strange light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Lady Ruan at that time. Jin Xing was shocked. He thought it was a demon, but when he took a closer look, it was actually a 7-colored Buddhist light. Ruan Siren's body was glowing with Buddhist light, making him look like an immortal or a god. Then, he heard Sanskrit chanting coming from the horizon. The tens of thousands of people present exclaimed in admiration and knelt down in worship. A man below the stage stood up excitedly. "I know. I was there at that time, and I have to say that it was a miracle." Under the Buddhist light, the imperial concubine looked dignified and holy. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. Anyone who saw her would feel as if they had met a celestial being. His companion next to him laughed, "Don't brag. You were right next to me at that time. There was a huge crowd in front of you. It's already impressive that you could see 1 nose and 2 eyes of the imperial concubine clearly. What celestial being, ha ha ha. I saw it. That Buddha's light was truly dazzling. How could it be fake?" The man's face was red and he hurriedly argued. Everyone made fun of him. Bai Shaoxing took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and continued, "Master Jian Ning announced on the spot that Ruan Kairen was a mortal woman born from Guanyin. She would enter the palace to assist Jin Xing and protect our great Yu for hundreds of generations." Jin Xing was very happy and made her an imperial concubine on the spot. Not long after returning to the palace, there was news that Ruan Kairen was pregnant. Jin Xing was overjoyed and made an exception to make her an imperial concubine. Carefully calculating, from a 5th-ranked talent to a 1st-ranked imperial concubine, it took less than 100 days. She was really lucky. It is said that next month, Jin Sheng will welcome the Golden Buddha to the capital. At that time, he will bring along Consort Wen to attend. At that time, I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands of people in the capital will be there to watch. They will be able to see the imperial concubine's elegance and receive the protection of Buddha's light. On the second floor, Ning Shu, who was listening with her chin in her hand, couldn't help but feel sour. TSK, look at how biased the heavens are. For someone else, the Buddha's light descended to the world and made a meteoric rise. For her, the heavenly fox evil star, everyone would spit on her. It really made people unhappy. Very unhappy. Forget it, it was better to return to her business. After being jealous of other people's good luck, Ning Shu took out a small piece of paper from her bosom and pushed it in front of Xiahou Qing. I spent 80 taels of silver to ask the artist to roughly draw a small portrait according to the description of the brothel madam and several servant girls. Then, I took this small portrait and waited for an entire day at the gambling house that Wan Chang frequented. Finally, I found him. He is 80% similar to the portrait. That night at the moon-embracing lake, the one who had a conflict with Cloud Leaf should be him, Wan Chang. Chapter 44. Even though Ning Shu was prepared that this case wouldn't be simple, she didn't expect that the Empress and the imperial consort would be implicated. One of the noblest women in the court, one of the most favored women in front of the emperor, any one of them could crush her, little Ning Shu, like an ant. She didn't know whether to say that Cloud Leaf's luck was too bad or that her luck was too good. Tomorrow, she would go buy a set of masks. Xiahou Qing said faintly, continue the investigation. Of course, Ning Shu answered decisively. But how do we do it? Ruan Chang was definitely involved, and the missing jade tablet was definitely related to the imperial uncle's estate. She wanted to lead soldiers to surround the Ruan and Chao clans, and then drag all the young masters into prison for interrogation. The problem was, even if she stacked up the heads of all the officials in the Jingji provincial court, she wouldn't be able to do that. If the Empress and the imperial consort found out, she wouldn't be able to get the first sentence out before she died. She couldn't go straight. If she wanted to continue the investigation, she would have to take an unconventional approach. She obviously wanted to kick the ball to him, but Xiahou Qing wasn't prepared to accept it. He gently twisted the palm bone and said, since you came to find me, it means that you already have a plan in mind, right? I don't have a plan, just a small rotten idea. Ning Shu was very modest. Xiahou Qing thought for a moment and guessed, is it tomorrow at Old Consort Yu's Begonia Festival, or in 5 days at the third prince's eldest daughter's 100-day banquet? Of course, the sooner the better. She couldn't help but praise him. Spring was a great season. All the rich and powerful families loved to hold banquets in this season. The 2 biggest banquets in recent times were held by these 2 families. Moreover, they were very influential. She had already asked around and found out that both the Chao family and the Ruan family would attend. The feeling of someone giving her a pillow when she was sleepy was too satisfying. It's just, Ning Shu gave a long, distressed sigh, I'm really worried that I'll die before I can solve your highness's problem. That would be a great dereliction of my duty. The wind outside the window blew the end of the black ribbon in front of him. It danced across the side of his face, then fell to the side of his pale neck. Xiahou Qing said carelessly, you want me to save your life? Why was it so easy to talk to a smart person? Ning Shu clicked her tongue in admiration and smiled sweetly, Your Highness is indeed wise. My daughter is not as good as you. Hearing the soft words that were deliberately trying to curry favor by his ear, Xiahou Qing let out a soft snort. Don't worry about that. If you can prove that you are useful, I will definitely not watch you die so easily, est right, est teat. Shoeses. T. After her unexpected, melodramatic confession that night, she was worried that he would misunderstand and whether she needed to explain. Now, it seemed that she was overthinking. Ning Shu silently cursed, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She smiled and said, "Hearing your highness's words, I'm relieved. By the way, why isn't Huemo here?" Today, there was another bodyguard by his side. His name was Jiu Si. He was about the same age as Huemo, but his personality was very different. He was calm and taciturn, just like another Xiahou Qing. Compared to him, Huemo was more interesting. That day, he promised that Huemo would appear in front of her in 3 days. Now, 2 days had passed. Was he going to break his promise? The dignified Prince Ping Nan shouldn't have such a bad character, right? How could he not understand the hint in her words? Xiahou Qing frowned unhappily and said coldly, "Don't worry. Before you need him, he will appear in front of you. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day." It was me who gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Being able to bend, stand tall, and flatter were Ning Shu's 3 principles in living in the human world. She was very familiar with them. She hurriedly sent an extremely brilliant smile. Suddenly thinking of something, she took out a piece of paper from her bosom. "By the way, Your Highness, I have one more thing. I spent a total of 120 taels of silver on the investigation in the past few days. It's all on this bill. If Your Highness is responsible for all of it, it will be biased and I'll feel bad. How about this, you and I will each pay half of the investigation expenses. In the future, all the investigation expenses will be the same. What do you think? Of course, if Your Highness insists on paying more, I can only reluctantly not embarrass Your Highness." Her words were full of righteousness. It was as if she wanted to flaunt the sentence, "I'm a good person if I don't take advantage of you," on her forehead. There was a short silence. There was a slight breeze, and the fragrance of tea was melted. Jiu Si looked at the usually calm Prince Ping Nan in surprise. She was so angry that she smiled. Then, her sleeve shook, and the bill in Ning Shu's hand was invisibly swollen. She threw the bill into the fire that was boiling tea next to her and burned it. His Highness stood up and said coldly, "Where is the bill you mentioned?" Ning Shu was tongue-tied. Chapter 45. It turned out that although His Royal Highness denied the debt, his character was not bad. The next day, Ning Shu saw a person standing in front of her respectfully as soon as she went out of the house. Baiji, who was serving in her courtyard, lowered her head and walked over. She bowed to her and said, "Greetings, eldest Mississippi." Ning Shu looked at Baiji and suddenly frowned. She took a few steps back and looked at her from afar. She asked, "Who are you?" Baiji was a little surprised. "I'm here to serve Mississippi." Ning Shu curled her lips and looked at her. Her usual gentle smile was a little cold at this time. "Your appearance is almost the same, and your behavior is also very similar. But there is one thing. The rules in my courtyard are different from other places. You don't have to salute me. If you don't tell me the truth, I have to call the soldiers." Forsythia. Forsythia was ready to shout, but Baiji hurriedly came forward and confessed, "My good Forsythia, don't." "Lady Ning, I'll tell you. I'm Huimo." It was a woman's voice at first, but when she said her name, it was a man's voice. "Aw." Forsythia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huimo's face was very red. He was so ashamed and angry. Even Ning Shu couldn't help but stare, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. No wonder Xiahou Qing said 3 days. She had to dress a handsome man as a pretty maid and shrink her body from nearly 8 feet to 6 feet and 5 inches. She also had to learn to wear red and green, put on makeup, walk 3 steps and so on. Even 30 days was short. Previously, she had been wondering what method Xiahou Qin would use to send Hui Mo to her side to help. So this was the case. His Royal Highness was really smart. My daughter is completely convinced. Don't laugh again. If you laugh again, I'll leave. Hui Mo was very embarrassed. He didn't expect that the secret skill of his sect would be used in such a place. It was really embarrassing. Fortunately, Shi Yan and the others couldn't see, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Ning Shu had enough of laughing in her heart. She immediately cleared her throat and put on a serious face. She put on a begging attitude and said, "Brother Huemo, I will definitely remember your hard work. Now, I have something that I need your help with. If one were to ask who loved to host banquets the most in the capital, it would definitely be old Princess Consort Yu. Ever since the old prince had died of illness, the eldest and second sons of the prince had been killed in a bandit suppression mission, and the Junju and the Fu had been married off, old Princess Yu had been left alone. Thus, she developed the hobby of holding banquets when she had nothing to do. Last autumn, old Princess Consort Yu had caught a cold and hadn't had a party for half a year. Now that she had recovered, she immediately held this grand begonia party. Old Princess Consort Yu had a lot of face. Today, all the people who came to attend were the most famous families in the capital. There were a few princes and princesses, and even the empress had been invited to relax. The entire Prince Yu's residence was filled with flowers and brocades. It was very lively. When Ning Shu arrived, the Prince Yu's residence was already very lively. A woman wearing a beautiful silk dress sat in the corridor and played the zither. Her fingertips played the zither, and the sound of the music was like pearls and jade splashing. Coupled with the blooming begonia in the corridor, it was indescribably beautiful and lively. There were more than 10 young ladies sitting in the corridor, listening to the music and gossiping. Rumor has it that the 2 most amazing divine skills on the moon-seizing lake are Chunyang's song and Nainu's song. Now that I'm lucky enough to hear Chunyang's song, I wonder when I'll be able to hear Nainu's celestial voice. The young lady of the Minister of Rights family next to her said, "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to. I heard that Nainu has already run away with her lover. That's really a pity." Qi Huijin was also present. She sensed Ning Shu's arrival and cast a sidelong glance at her with a sneer. "Humph, in this world, there are so many sluts with shallow eyelids. When they see a man, they throw themselves at him and fall in love with him. It's really disgusting." Chapter 46. Ning Shu indifferently walked to her side, bent down and whispered in her ear with a smile, "It seems that Miss Ninu has not seen a ghost for a few days." "You!" Qi Huijin glared and was about to scold, but suddenly remembered the damn slap that night and inexplicably had some lingering fear. Today, there was an important matter, so Ning Shu did not have time to stop and tease her. She took Forsythia and Hui Mo to the northwest corner of the prince's mansion, where the young masters preferred archery, equestrian, and polo fields. When they walked halfway, Hui Mo suddenly gave her a look. Ning Shu smiled. The 3 figures quickly turned into the flower garden and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The figure that had been quietly following behind her immediately panicked and looked for her. Just like a headless fly, she saw the figure that just disappeared suddenly appear in front of her. Ning Shu looked at her with a smile. "Are you looking for me?" It was Qin Ji Chunyang who was playing the zither in the corridor. Chunyang was startled and hurriedly curtsied. "I just saw Miss at the banquet and felt that you were very similar to the young master who came to find Nina the day before yesterday. But I was not sure, so I followed you for a long time. Please forgive me." Ning Shu said, "You are not mistaken, it is indeed me." Do you have anything related to that night to tell me? Chun Yang slowly shook her head. I was not there that night, so I can't help Mississippi. But there is one thing that I am very sure of. Ninu did not run away with a man. Ning Shu asked, why do you say so? Chun Yang said, at that time, mother was beside me, so I did not dare to say some words. In fact, Ninu personally told me that she came to the capital to find a good sister who grew up with her, not a lover. Her hometown, Qingzhou, is more than 1,000 miles away from the capital. She had to travel through mountains and rivers to get there. You can imagine how difficult it was. So when the procuress said that she ran away with a wild man half a month ago, I did not believe it. She must have had an accident. And that night, she greatly offended that rich young master. I am really worried. Ning Shu said, you want me to help you find Ninu's whereabouts? Chun Yang nodded her head and bent her knees deeply. That's right. People like us are like duckweed, and our lives are worthless than paper. Even if we die in some muddy pit, no one will stop to look at us. Therefore, I beg miss, if it's convenient for you, can you go to the yamen and ask around? Perhaps you can save her life. This servant kowtows and thanks miss. Ning Shu helped her up. Well, I'll help you ask the government. If I get the news, I'll send someone to tell you. Chun Yang was overjoyed and bowed deeply again. I can't thank you enough. After Chun Yang left, Huema walked awkwardly like a woman and whispered, there was a conflict that night. Mr. Cloud Leaf was poisoned and Ninu was missing. I think this matter must have something to do with the brother of the imperial concubine. Ning Shu lifted the corner of her skirt and continued to walk forward. Soon, she stood on a small slope with a wide field of vision. Simple, just ask Wan Chang'an and you will know. Her eyes fell on a heroic figure wearing a purple jade pendant on the archery field. He was holding a bow and arrow and shot through the target, hitting the bullseye. The onlookers applauded and the scene was very lively. Although Wan Chang'an was famous for being a playboy, she had to admit that he had some ability. For example, his archery skills in the written test were indeed superb and ranked among the top in the capital. From the beginning until now, he had won 3 rounds in a row. Moreover, he was the youngest brother of the most favored consort Wen in the imperial court. Who dared not to give him some face? Everyone applauded. Amidst the dozens of praises, a soft and light voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. The voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, but the content of the words was extremely hateful. I've always heard that the 4th young master of the Ruan family has outstanding archery skills, and that he is able to shoot wild geese from the sky. That's why I specially came today to meet him. I didn't expect him to be so mediocre. It's more interesting to watch the ladies throw pots. Chapter 47. Ruan Chang'an's bodyguard immediately scolded, "Whose girl are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master?" The crowd quickly dispersed, and they saw a slender and delicate figure, standing there quietly like a blooming begonia flower on a tree. Her faint smile was already very eye-catching, and the words she had just said were even more eye-catching. Someone next to her quickly recognized her. She is the celestial fox Jinx who brought misfortune to her husband after 3 marriages, Duke Ning's daughter, Ning Shu. Ruan Chang'an, who was in the middle of the crowd, heard the news and pushed aside the people around him. He looked at her up and down with contempt, and then sneered, "So you are Ning Shu? A little girl dares to talk nonsense in front of me. Do you want to die?" But Ning Shu said innocently, "Is what I said wrong? It's just archery. Even my maidservant and I have better accuracy than you, young Master Ruan. Why don't we have a competition?" Suddenly hearing that she took the initiative to propose a competition, the people around were stunned and burst into laughter. Did the miss of the Ning family lose 3 husbands in a row and become stupid? Ruan Chang'an was quite confident in archery, and there was no reason for him to not dare to accept the challenge. Well, since you dare to be so arrogant, I will let you see my power today. Ning Shu suddenly said, wait. Ruan Chang'an said disdainfully, are you afraid? Kowtow to me 3 times immediately, and I will spare you today. Ning Shu gently shook her head and smiled, Mr. Wan, you may not know, but if you want to compete with me, Ning Shu, there must be a prize. The loser has to answer 3 questions from the winner, and no matter how difficult or embarrassing the questions are, he must answer truthfully, or his life will be reduced by 3 years. Only those who can afford to play and dare to play can participate. If you can't afford to play, you should forget about it. The weather was good today, and a light pink begonia petal broke off from the calyx and brushed her hair. The warm light fell on her smiling face, and people were stunned for a moment. But Ruan Chang'an quickly recovered and sneered, who said I can't afford to play? You just have to pray that you don't cry too badly later. Ning Shu said neither hurriedly nor slowly, then let's do the same as before. Each of us will send 3 people to compete in turns. On my side, it will be me and my 2 maidservants. Young Master Wan, please feel free to do as you please. Ruan Chang'an sneered, that's good. I took out the 2 attendants beside me. If I lose to a woman, my name will be written backwards from now on. Ning Shu looked at him with admiration. Young Master Wan is indeed heroic. My daughter admires you. Then the first round will be shooting willow. The commotion was so great that even the 13th princess and the others, who were playing in the teapot nearby, heard the commotion and came over to watch Ning Shu. 50 steps away, the arrow pierced through the willow leaves. This was the first time Forsythia held a bow in her hands. Her whole body trembled. Fortunately, the young miss had already told her that it was okay to lose, so she mustered up the courage to shoot the first arrow. But that arrow was really ugly. It didn't even touch the willow tree's shadow before it fell to the ground. Everyone burst into laughter. The result was naturally Ruan Chang'an's victory. The second round, shooting down the flying flowers. Compared with the motionless willow tree, it was more than twice as difficult to shoot down the falling flying flowers. Even the attendants that Ruan Chang'an trusted missed. Others were waiting for Ning Shu's second maidservant to lose face again. They didn't expect that the maidservant, who looked inconspicuous, was so calm as if she was a martial artist. In the end, her arrow pierced through the willow tree. The crowd was silent. Hui Mo disdainfully curled up the corner of his mouth. Everyone in Lord Ping Nan's mansion knows some small tricks. It's not worth making a fuss over. Ruan Chang'an's face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said, lucky. Your maidservants were in the first 2 rounds. It should be your turn in the last round. Ning Shu smiled and said, okay. Ruan Chang'an was very impatient, what's the last round? Ning Shu seemed to be stumped by the question. Her face showed an awkward expression. Her eyes slid around and finally fell on a plate of bright and attractive cherries. Chapter 48. Baiji, look, the cherry from the vassal state is so cute. How about this? In the last round, we will be each other's target and put the cherry on top of our heads. I will stand under this scarecrow. If Child Ruan can shoot the cherry on my head, Child Ruan will win. Before he finished, Ning Shu suddenly smiled shyly, however, Child Ruan, I am really sorry. Before the game, I have to tell you the truth. In fact, I did boast just now. My maid's archery is really good, but it is the first time in my life that I have touched a bow and arrow. If I accidentally hurt you later, I hope you will forgive me. What? Ruan Chang'an's eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of anger. Ruan Chang and was about to blame her for setting a trap for him, but he heard Ning Shu frankly one step ahead. In order to prevent Child Wan from mistakenly thinking that I deliberately set a trap to deceive you, you will go first, and I will be the target. If Child Wan dares to compete, then come. Others heard and sneered at her, mocking her for overestimating herself. If she shot first, she could threaten Ruan Chang and with it. If Ruan Chang and came first, she, Ning Shu, would be the fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. Wouldn't it be all up to Ruan Chang then? Even Ruan Chang and looked at her in confusion. He was not sure if Ning Shu was crazy. However, he heard Ning Shu whisper in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Child Wan, rest assured. As long as Ning Shu is alive later, the game will be played to the end." After that, she smiled and put the red and attractive cherry on top of her head, and walked to the scarecrow without fear in everyone's eyes. Ruan Chang and was sluggish for a moment, and suddenly his brain exploded. He suddenly understood what Ning Shu was playing. If he won and she was safe and sound, then she, who had already shown that she was rusty in archery, would accidentally shoot him with an arrow, and others could not blame her. After all, she had already explained everything. He took the initiative to accept the game, and his death had nothing to do with her. But what if he lost? If he lost to a woman today, he would definitely lose face in the entire capital and be ridiculed by countless people. Moreover, her words earlier had clearly hinted to him that even if he intentionally missed and injured her, as long as she was still alive, she would still pick up the bow and arrow and kill him. He finally saw clearly that she was not competing with him in archery, but in courage. She, Ning Shu, was not afraid of death, but did Ruan Chang and have the guts to kill in front of the Empress, old Princess Consort Yu, and half of the city's nobles. He, Ruan Chang, had always boasted himself as the #1 playboy in the capital. There was nothing he didn't dare to play or compete with. But for the first time, he felt cold sweat all over his body. That feeling was called fear. Therefore, in today's match, even if he won, he would still lose. If he lost, he would still lose. The best way was to not compete at all. Today's weather was really beautiful. The bright sun shone down directly from the top of Ruan Chang's head, causing fine beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The bowstring in his hand was stretched into a curved arc, and the iron arrowhead reflected a dazzling light. However, his hands that were pulling the bow were silently trembling in a place that no one could see. After a long, long time, the patience of the onlookers gradually ran out, and they all stuck their heads out to see why young Master Wan had not shot the arrow. After a long while, they heard him let out a roar. He threw the bow in anger. No one would have guessed that there would be a day when the insufferably arrogant Ruan Chang would take the initiative to admit defeat, and the person he admitted defeat to was the infamous young Miss Ning. They heard Ning Shu, who was just a fish on the chopping block, take the tempting cherry on top of her head unhurriedly, put it in her mouth, and spit out a pearl-like core. Then, she raised her head and smiled slowly at Ruan Chang and, "Young Master Ruan should be able to accept defeat, right?" Chapter 49. Ruan Chang clenched his fist and said through gritted teeth, "What questions? Ask away." Ning Shu asked the first question. "I heard that young Master Wan is the most straightforward person in the capital. If someone offends you, you will teach that person a lesson. Is that true?" He thought it was a question, but it was just nonsense. Ruan Chang immediately showed a disdainful expression and said proudly, "Of course it is. Otherwise, how can I be called master in the capital?" Ning Shu blinked in surprise. But I heard that there was someone who spoke rudely to you, but you didn't dare to touch him. Instead, you let him off lightly." Ruan Chang frowned. "Who are you talking about?" Ning Shu showed a mocking expression and said calmly, "Half a month ago, on the pleasure boat at the Moon Lake, you wanted to take away a female singer but was stopped by someone. You were even scolded by the other party for being shameless, but he was let go. Isn't that true?" Ruan Chang and opened his eyes wide and retorted, "Nonsense. I clearly." Ruan Chang and was just about to say the rest of his words, but after all, his brain wasn't just filled with hay. Ruan Chang and hurriedly stopped, then snorted twice and glared at her maliciously. "I know why you're here today. I have already answered 3 of your questions. I won't say it again. Get out of my way." Ning Shu laughed, "Young Master Wan, you can think about it carefully. The question in the middle was asked by you, not me, so you still owe me a question. Why don't you dare to say it? Is it because you are guilty?" Ruan Chang An's expression was even more vicious. "What am I guilty of?" Ning Shu's eyes were burning. "Guilty of young Master Yun of Imperial Censor Yun. The serious illness was actually caused by you. The hottest news in the capital recently was that young Master Cloud Leaf of Imperial Censor Yun's family suddenly fell seriously ill. Outside, it was said that it was caused by a female ghost. The rumors were very vivid. But what did she mean by that? Was it related to Ruan Chang'an?" Exposed to so many curious and questioning gazes, Ruan Chang'an panicked and said, "You, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ning Shu continued, "If you are not guilty, why is young Master Wan stuttering? I always thought that 4th young Master Wan was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions, but I didn't expect him to be so wrong. I really looked down on him. What kind of man am I going to be in this life? I might as well castrate myself and serve His Majesty. That would be considered as fulfilling my loyalty to the country." Young Master Ruan's manners did not disappoint Ning Shu. Ruan Chang's eyes, "Young Master Ruan Chang's," he shouted, "Young Master. I am not, and I Chang and Chang Aza, I Chang. I have indeed dealt with him, but firstly, I did not beat him, and secondly, I did not kill him. I only threw him into Phoenix Stage, where he is still unconscious. This is all because he offended the ghost of the previous dynasty's Empress Xiao Zhou, so he received his punishment." When Assistant Minister Wan heard the news, he squeezed into the crowd and slapped Ruan Chang'an. Ruan Chang'an had already said the most terrifying words. "A stone raises 1,000 ripples." The answer was so shocking that even Ning Shu did not expect it. The words "Empress Zhou of the previous dynasty" attracted the Empress, who was admiring the flowers with old Princess Yu, from afar. The Empress, who had always been gentle and graceful, had a cold expression on her face and was furious. "Young Master Wan, how dare you talk nonsense? Come, shut him up." Then her gaze quickly fell on Ning Shu. The Empress smiled without any warmth. "You are Ning Shu. Come with me to the palace for a chat." Chapter 50. Some words couldn't be said, and even if they were said, they couldn't be heard by the other person. Very quickly, Consort Nguyen's younger brother threw Imperial Censor Yun's son into Phoenix Terrace out of jealousy, disturbing the vengeful spirit of Empress Zhou of the previous dynasty. The news of him being killed by the vengeful spirit spread throughout the capital. The matter had already surfaced. It turned out that night, Ruan Chang'an and the imperial uncle's second son, Chao Huayu, and the other young masters were drinking and enjoying themselves. When the boat reached the moon-embracing lake, they suddenly heard a woman's extremely pleasant voice. The young masters all had some romantic thoughts. Ruan Chang'an volunteered to invite her, but he didn't expect that not only did he not invite her, he was also scolded badly by a weak scholar. At that time, he wanted to beat him up, but he had an iron-toothed imperial censor as a father. If he really beat him up, it would be even more embarrassing in court. After returning, Ruan Chang'an was really angry, so Chao Huayu gave him this rotten idea. They would drug Cloud Leaf and send him to the abandoned Phoenix Terrace to give him a good scare. They didn't expect that this scare would really happen. However, the two debauches were satisfied and thought that it was a ghost causing trouble. Cloud Leaf deserved to be seriously ill and had nothing to do with them. It was just that during the kidnapping that night, the Chao family's guards accidentally lost the jade pendant. The two debauches were slightly worried, so they secretly sent someone to the Yun residence to steal the jade pendant back. Old Princess, you didn't expect that the 3 words Empress Show, which had been forgotten for 25 years, would actually return to the capital in this way. Below her, the 13th princess, who had always been taken care of by her, asked intimately, "Who is that Empress Show?" Why was Imperial Mother so angry at that time and immediately threw Wan Chang into prison and summoned that Ning Shu into the palace? Old Princess Yu gently stroked her soft hair. At that time, the people all said that the current empress's family was Jingzhou's Chao family. However, in the past 25 years, who didn't know that the Zhou clan of Jinzhou was truly a noble clan? Compared to the Zhou clan, the Chao clan was simply not worth mentioning. The Zhou family of Jinzhou had been passed down for 800 years, spanning 3 dynasties without declining. It had produced 21 prime ministers, 6 empresses, and many other officials, both high and low, like carps crossing the river. None of the members of the imperial family with the surname Shao could guarantee that they did not have a trace of the Zhou family's blood on them. When it was at its peak, most of the court officials stood on the Zhou family's side. This kind of honor and favor rose to the peak when it reached the late emperor. The first empress of the late emperor was from the Zhou family, but that empress was unlucky and died of illness before the age of 30. Shortly after, the former emperor took a second woman from the Zhou family into the palace. When she first entered the palace, she was first conferred the title of noble lady according to the ancestral rules. Later, she was endlessly favored by the emperor. In just a few years, she was promoted to noble consort. This speed of promotion shocked the entire harem. In another year, she would give birth to a prince and sit firmly on the throne of the empress. No one would be able to stop her. The former emperor was tightly controlled by her. Even though she was no longer young, the former emperor still spent millions to build this Phoenix Terrace for her when she was 40 years old. When Phoenix Terrace was completed, it attracted the worship of countless people. Because there was already an Empress Zhou before her, the people respected her as Empress Zhou. Old Princess Yu was still feeling unwell and started coughing after speaking for a while. The 13th princess hurriedly served her tea. Old Princess Yu took 2 sips and continued speaking. Her old eyes seemed to have returned to the glorious and bloody scene from more than 20 years ago, along with the slightly hoarse voice. It's already rare for a woman to have a good background, and it's even rarer for her to have a world-toppling appearance. If she also has outstanding intelligence, then the heavens really pity her. Empress Zhou is such a woman. When the former emperor trusted her the most, not only did he allow her to participate in politics, he was even willing to hold her hand and sit on the dragon throne together. The 13th princess asked curiously, "Isn't that very impressive? But why have I never heard Imperial Father mention this empress?" Old Princess Yu's voice was incomparably aged. Because no one would have thought that such a glorious Empress Zhou would suddenly go crazy 25 years ago. She was so crazy that she didn't recognize her own family and lost her mind. She was so crazy that she personally killed the crown prince at that time. Then, she used that blood-stained sword to kill over 100 palace maids and guards in the Phoenix Algae Palace. She didn't even let off her own daughter who was only a few years old. In the end, she burned herself to death in Phoenix Terrace. And because the former emperor was too grief-stricken, he also passed away not long after. Everyone said that the former emperor was too deeply in love with her and couldn't bear to see her lonely in the Yellow Springs, so he specially went to accompany her. Of course, there's also a guess that he didn't dare to say. Old Princess Yu almost blurted out the following words, but fortunately, she stopped in time. The 13th princess was so shocked that she took a deep breath and muttered, such a terrifying thing actually happened. That Ning Shu exposed the matter to this extent, is she? Old Princess Yu nodded lightly and sighed. Yes, terrifying things happen in every dynasty and every generation. I'm afraid that little girl from the Ning family won't be able to survive. Chapter 51. In the Phoenix Algae Palace. Although she was nearly 50 years old, Empress Chao's face was still well maintained. Not a single wrinkle could be seen. The 9 phoenix hairpins were inserted into her hair like phoenix wings, making her face look extremely luxurious. She smiled slightly and looked at Ning Shu, who was kneeling under the steps with tolerance. When you were 5 years old, you followed Heaxian into the palace. I saw you. You were very smart and cute at that time. I have no children. When I saw you, I thought how happy I would be if I could give birth to a little princess like you. In addition to being cute, you are also very smart. At that time, Consort Qi wanted to punish Uni and deliberately sent someone to frame him for stealing the golden hairpin. I didn't expect you to clear Uni's suspicion with a few words. It also made me pay attention to that poor child and bring him to my knees to raise. The Empress's voice was gentle and soothing, like a warm elder looking at a child who had just made a mistake. But the last sentence suddenly became cold. It's just that, I thought you were bold in the past. I didn't expect you to be even bolder now. Ning Shu quietly knelt on the cold and hard golden bricks, motionless. She had expected that this case would greatly offend the Empress and Consort Gue. But in the end, it involved the secret of the previous dynasty, which was really beyond her expectations. She was a daughter of an aristocratic family. She might be treated as a treasure by the elders in the mansion. But once she stepped out of the mansion, in front of the Empress, there were countless people in the capital. She was like a grain of sand in front of the high and mighty Empress. She would turn into a puddle of light ash when she lifted her foot. No matter where the breeze blew, her existence in this life would vanish. The sweat on her forehead pattered on the golden bricks in front of her, leaving a deep mark, like a drop of blood splashed. Ning Shu knelt down deeply and braced herself to say, Empress, I didn't mean to target you. I just wanted to save my former husband, Cloud Leaf, to repay our previous friendship. Empress Chao looked at her coldly. Since you have investigated all the way, you must know about the jade pendant engraved with my Chao family's emblem. Are you deliberately going against me? She had just revealed a trace of killing intent when she heard some noise from outside the hall. Who is outside? A palace maid came in to report, Nyang Nyang, His Highness the 6th Prince requests an audience. Empress Chao frowned unhappily. Tell him that I don't want to see him today. The matter of suppressing the bandits in Mount Flame Breath is not over yet. Tell him to come see me after he finishes his business. The palace maid immediately retreated upon receiving the order. Not long after, she turned back and timidly reported, Nyang Nyang. His Highness said that if you don't see him, he will kneel outside the door. Originally, the Empress's expression was still quite indifferent. She didn't expect that when she heard this, she suddenly let out a low laugh. I was still hesitating whether to kill you or not, but Yun Yi, that child, has always been sensible and has never dared to disobey me. You are the exception. Since last year, he has often come to beg me to grant you a marriage, but I have already refused twice. A few days ago, your marriage with Cloud Leaf fell through, and he came to me again. Now, he was playing this game with me again. It seems that if I don't punish you, it will be unreasonable. She gently turned the jade ring inlaid with gems and slowly said, I'm afraid you don't know that although the imperial palace is dazzling with gold and jade everywhere, there is actually no place that hasn't been stained with blood. For example, this Phoenix Algae Palace is where you are kneeling now. It is the place where Empress Zhou beheaded the crown prince of the previous dynasty 25 years ago. Ning Shu's heart suddenly jumped, and she instantly understood what she meant. She was ready to make a move. Xiahou Qing. Xiahou Qing. Chapter 52. Kaiju. Empress Chao's voice had just sounded when a palace maid outside the hall reported, Nyang Nyang, the heir of the South Pacifying King has arrived. Ning Shu's heart, which had almost jumped out of her chest, was finally able to catch her breath. Everyone knew that among the nephews of the next generation, the Empress favored Xiahou Qing the most. Hearing his arrival, Empress Chao's cold face suddenly relaxed a bit. She withdrew her sharpness and said with a faint smile, It's rare for him to come. Invite him in. The thick vermilion door slowly opened. A gust of spring wind first slipped through the crack in the door, sweeping a corner of a black cloak embroidered with dark red sandalwood patterns into the hall. Then, it was his boot that leisurely stepped over the threshold. A green jade hairpin tied up a portion of his black hair. The rest of it hung behind him, blowing in the wind. There was no need to look at his face to feel that he was full of charm. Xiahou Qing's expression was extremely calm. When he passed by Ning Shu, he didn't even pause. With Juxi's support, he walked directly to the Empress. Empress Chao brushed her sleeves and warmly said, Heir was summoned by His Majesty to accompany the Empress. How come you have the time to come to this Empress's place? Xiahou Qing used his most usual cold voice to say, I happened to hear that someone was extremely daring and offended the Empress, so I came to ask Nyang Nyang to kill her. She thought he was going to say something, but she didn't expect it to be this. Empress Chao's eyes flashed. She seemed to be in deep thought. Then, she slowly let out a sigh, but now the entire capital knows. Is there any use in killing her? Xiahou Qing thought for a moment before casually saying, Since there's no use, then leave her life to atone for her crimes. After all, to be able to investigate to this extent, she doesn't sound like a piece of trash. After entering the hall for so long, he was finally willing to give her a bit of his attention. The tip of his foot lightly kicked her leg. Are you stupid? Tell me what you think. Ning Shu suddenly reacted and heard her heart thumping. She hurriedly took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She spoke to the Empress in a clear voice. There are two obvious explanations for this case. First, it's really because of the wronged spirit of Empress Zhou. Cloud Leaf offended Empress Zhou's resting place, so Empress Zhou showed up and poisoned it. Second, Wan Chang'an held a grudge against Cloud Leaf for offending Cloud Leaf, so he and others conspired. She tactfully avoided mentioning Chao Huayu's name and continued, they poisoned Cloud Leaf together and used the rumor of the wronged spirit of Empress Zhou in Phoenix Terrace as a cover to clear their names. Hearing her unfinished words, the Empress slowly said, You still have an unobvious guess. Ning Shu nodded, yes, Wan Chang'an can use Empress Zhou as a cover. Similarly, someone can also use Wan Chang'an as a cover. The Empress slightly leaned down the stairs. You mean, half a month ago, someone happened to have insight into the conflict between Wan Chang'an and Cloud Leaf, so they quietly followed them and took the opportunity to attack Cloud Leaf and then frame Wan Chang'an. Your Majesty is wise. Ning Shu sincerely bowed. I can't be sure, but it's possible. I always feel that there are a lot of strange things in this matter. Although Wan Chang'an is physically developed, his brain is. Even if he wants to take revenge on Cloud Leaf, he can use many methods. At the very least, he can kill him and throw him directly into the mass grave. As long as the mouth is sealed, or simply spend money to buy a scapegoat, everything will be clean. Why would he go in such a big circle to throw him to Phoenix Terrace and then kill him? Isn't it superfluous? In addition, I asked Cloud Leaf's personal servant. At that time, they found Cloud Leaf by the moon-luring lake. If the two young masters really wanted to kill him, the shorter the contact time, the harder it is to be discovered. Why would they go through so much trouble to send him to Phoenix Terrace and then back to moon-luring lake? This really doesn't make sense. Her voice was very calm, but she methodically unraveled the suspicious points in the case one by one. The Empress obviously listened. What you said makes some sense. Is there anything else? Ning Shu's mind was like driving a precise water wheel. She kept thinking because she knew that any word she said could be the rope that could save her life. Chapter 53. Also, the singer who caused the dispute that night disappeared that night. According to her friends on the boat, she came to the capital to find a friend. After the dispute that night, she got the news from her friend and went out. If it was Ruan Chang and who set her up to take revenge, how did he know that Naini came to the capital to find someone? So based on the above points, I think that Ruan Chang and might not be behind this case. After she finished speaking, the entire hall was silent. The Empress' eyes fell on her silently, changing unpredictably. Just as a drop of cold sweat was about to fall from Ning Shu's forehead, the Empress chuckled and slowly got up from the phoenix chair, walking down the steps to stand in front of her. This little mouth is really as cute as before. Forget it, Hsien and Duke Ning also had great achievements in the court. This time, for their sake, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Remember, if you can't solve this case smoothly, don't blame me for having to get rid of you. Coming out of the hall, Ning Shu suddenly realized that her back was wet and cold. The moment the vermilion door opened, Xiao Yuni, who had been kneeling outside the hall, immediately got up to walk towards her, his eyes brightening. But the Empress' voice came from inside the hall. He paused, seeming to hesitate, but still decided to enter the hall first. When they brushed past each other, Xiao Yuni whispered in her ear, "Wait for me for a while." "Thank you, Your Highness, for pleading leniency for me. This little girl is very grateful, but this little girl still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Ning Shu bowed to him solemnly and politely, then walked down the steps. Xiao Yuni immediately caught up, his eyebrows furrowed. "Why don't you believe that I have you in my heart?" Ning Shu sighed softly. "Your Highness, I helped you once when you were 5 years old. You mistakenly thought that you had me in your heart, but it was just a long-term illusion caused by a moment of emotion. Your Highness, so many years have passed, you should wake up. When you meet the Fail one I'm talking about, you will immediately understand. It's not like that, listen to me." He hurriedly chased after her, but the palace maid's voice sounded again. "Your Highness, Her Highness is waiting for you." Because of that moment of hesitation, he was no longer able to catch up. He looked in the direction that Ning Shu had left and clenched his fists. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to step into the Empress' palace. After completely leaving the territory of the Phoenix Algae Court, Ning Shu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Qing was the first to leave the hall with Juxi's help. He was waiting for her under a winding corridor. Wisteria was planted on the porch, and strings of purple flowers fell through the gaps in the roof and stopped above his head. Behind him were rows and rows of golden tiles and red walls of varying heights. They were obviously very warm colors, but it gave people a sense of awe as if it was too cold at the top. She lifted the corner of her skirt and quickly walked a few steps to his side. She glanced sideways at the Crown Prince, who seemed to be unhappy because he had waited for her for a long time, and said, "Your Highness came in just in time." She didn't say that she had arrived in time, but that she had arrived in time. Xiahou Qing immediately understood the meaning behind her words. He said, "How did you know that I had been waiting outside the Empress Palace? Your Highness has the scent of the Duhing incense that you often use in your room. Although it is relatively faint, I am born with a keen sense of smell." Ning Shu was very resentful. He had clearly guessed that she would spend every day in there like a year, but he had chosen the right time to come in. This wicked taste that could not be changed made people break down. That's right, he had also taken the opportunity to kick her. Xiahou Qing raised the corner of his lips and spat out 3 words, "Dog nose." He then said, "You told me before that a small rotten idea had taken shape. I didn't think it would be so rotten." Ning Shu rubbed the tip of her nose and said helplessly, "Although it is very rotten, Your Highness, don't you think that this is the only way at present? Facts have proven that it is effective." The Empress had known long ago, and it was hard to guarantee that His Majesty did not know a thing or two. However, no one stood out to expose it. This meant that from top to bottom, everyone wanted to cover up this matter. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to force the truth out of Ruan Chang'an's mouth in public in front of countless pairs of ears. Only by making this matter impossible to cover up could she break out of this situation. Otherwise, when the imperial court slowly found out in secret, Cloudleaf's bones would have turned into ashes. Chapter 54. Jiu Si pulled out a thin bamboo cane from his waist and offered it to Xiahou Qing. Xiahou Qing took it and slowly walked side by side with Ning Shu in the corridor. This corner of the imperial palace was very quiet. It was so quiet that there was only the sound of the wind blowing and the falling flowers and the bamboo cane in his hand lightly tapping on the stone floor. As the wind blew, light purple vine flowers fell on their shoulders. Ning Shu brushed them away and unconsciously reached out to help him. She suddenly thought of something and pulled her hand back. She thought to herself, "It's best not to be meddlesome and be misunderstood by him." Xiahou Qing seemed to sense something. His eyebrows moved slightly, but the fluctuation was too fast and too shallow. Before he could catch it, it had already disappeared without a trace. He opened his mouth and continued, "Guess why the Empress was so angry today? Was it because you found out that the case was related to the Chao family or something else?" Ning Shu picked up a vine flower and slowly kneaded it in her palm. She thought for a moment. Just now, she specifically mentioned that Empress Zhou killed the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Based on this speculation, it should be because of a secret matter of the previous dynasty. Xiahou Qing nodded. Right now, the entire capital is saying that Empress Zhou's ghost is haunting and that Cloudleaf is guilty. Then what is her method of punishment? Cloudleaf was hit by a plum blossom kiss. The implication is that Empress Zhou's harem had a plum blossom kiss back then. And the previous emperor died from this poison. This relationship is the reason why the Empress wanted to kill you just now. After hearing Xiahou Qing's words, Ning Shu's expression suddenly became cold. The secret she had been looking for had unexpectedly rushed to her in this way. If this was really the case, then didn't that mean that the person who had been circling her since she was 10 years old and thinking of ways to torture her was also someone from the palace? Then what about Xiahou Qing? Was the poison in his body also from that person? There seemed to be a dark shadow controlling everything from behind, stirring up the chessboard and stirring it into an unfathomable abyss. She was stunned for a moment before she was awakened by Xiahou Qing's voice. "What other doubts did you not mention in the Phoenix Algae Palace?" Ning Shu somewhat admired him. Her mind was already filled with a storm of blood, but he could still remain calm and composed. Indeed, he had good willpower. Poison. In this world, there were many things that could poison people to death, such as hooks, poisoned arrow wood, arsenic, and so on. If it was purely to vent his hatred, he could have used any of the above poisons. Why did Wan Chang and choose to use this secret poison? That was the thing that killed the previous emperor. It was a secret of the royal family that could not be said. Even if his sister is now the imperial consort, he wouldn't have the guts to touch such a thing unless he's crazy. Ning Shu shrugged. Of course, I can't guarantee that there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that he's really crazy. Just pretend I didn't say anything. But for now, other than being a little stupid, his mental state is still normal. Xiahou Qing raised another point. What was Ninu's role in this matter? Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Yes, she was just an insignificant geisha on the moon-seizing lake. Why would they do something to her? That night, did she see something? But it's still the same question. How did the person who did it know that she was looking for someone? In short, this mystery is very difficult for me to understand. I'm afraid that only by finding Miss Ninu can we solve this mystery. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered, so your task now is to immediately go and find her. Although she had this intention, couldn't he at least let her rest for a while? After all, she almost died for the 8th time. However, who told her to owe more and more favors? She didn't have the right to bargain, so she could only accept her fate and continue to work like a cow. Jin Sheng was still waiting for Xiahou Qing to accompany him, so Ning Shu left first. When she was about to leave, Ning Shu suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince, if I do my best and still can't find the secret of the plum blossom kiss, will you really let me be buried with you? I won't. Xiahou Qing's light-colored thin lips softly spat out these 2 words. The unexpected answer made Ning Shu extremely happy. So His Highness the Crown Prince was so magnanimous. It was her who gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. But she heard Xiahou Qing continue to speak, his words full of sarcasm. After death, I can only accept lying with another person unless that person is someone very close to me. You. The black tortoise outside my tomb is still lacking a person. Ning Shu immediately disregarded her manners and angrily rolled her eyes. Chapter 55. Just as she was about to step out of the palace gates, a small eunuch hurriedly ran over from behind her. Is this the Ning family's eldest young miss? Please wait a moment, Imperial Consort Nyang will be here shortly. Consort Wen. After seeing one, she really couldn't escape the other. This little ant's fate was truly lowly. Ning Shu hurriedly bowed with a smile. Imperial Consort Nyang has something to tell me, this little girl will respectfully comply. Fortunately, Consort Wen wasn't too arrogant and quickly arrived on a carriage. Greetings to Imperial Consort Nyang. When she raised her head and saw her, she felt her eyes light up. She really was a beauty. Her entire body exuded a gentle and amiable temperament, which was very compatible with the Guanyin statue in the Buddhist temple. She was only in her early 20s, and her soft clothes gently protected her slightly bulging belly. Her hibiscus-like beautiful face and the embroidered white hibiscus on her golden-pink large sleeves made for a splendid scene. She didn't even need to speak to know that she was in a flourishing age. Ning Shu thought to herself that at such a young age, she had to face the emperor who was older than her father. She really didn't know if she was lucky or unlucky. However, from Consort Wen's complexion, she didn't seem to be unhappy. No wonder it was said that if a woman in the imperial harem wanted to maintain their beauty, the best nourishment was power. Unlike the empress's threat to her life, Consort Wen was much more gentle. She even had a bit of guilt on her face. I've already heard about the absurd things my younger brother did. My heart is filled with guilt. Just now, the Empress sent someone to tell me that she has given you full authority to investigate this case. If there's anything I can help with, please let me know. I definitely won't ignore this matter, nor will I be biased towards my family. As for the Yun family, please pass on my apologies. Afterwards, I will personally go to the Yun family to apologize to them. Don't worry, Imperial Consort. This little girl will definitely pass on your apologies. Ning Shu bent her knees and saluted. Her watercolored skirt fell to the ground, like the ripples caused by fresh rain falling into a pond. She was the clear and transparent raindrop on the ripples. Consort Wen beckoned for her to come closer. Her watery eyes were smiling as she looked at her. If I had a younger sister who was as quiet and beautiful as you, I don't know how much less worry I would have. Unfortunately, I don't have this good fortune. I only have a younger brother who is extremely mischievous. Every time I hear people talk about his various misdeeds, it makes me feel ashamed and speechless. Consort Wen heaved a long sigh. Ning Shu hurriedly replied with a smile, as the saying goes, a prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more precious than gold. When they were young, Xiang and Ying Wu were also mischievous and absurd. Later on, they suddenly repented, and worked hard to study. Just like before, they won the praise of 10,000 people. Fourth young master is still young. In a few years, Consort Wen will also have a whole new level of respect for him. The Consort Wen really knew how to praise people. One moment, they had a daughter like her, and the next moment, they had a younger sister like her. She only hoped that when the case was solved in the future, if the result was not to their liking, they would remember their words today and be a little merciful to her. Girl, you really have a sweet mouth. Come, I have a bracelet for you. Consort Wen didn't know if she was trying to bribe her or if she really liked her, but she specially took off a golden bracelet inlaid with jade stones from her wrist and gave it to her. Ning Shu thanked her and respectfully sent off Consort Wen's sedan chair. It lifted up and disappeared into the layers of golden tiles and red walls. Finally, after acting like a grandson, Ning Shu rubbed her waist that had been bent for the entire day. It was really sore. Since Ning Shu was summoned to the palace by the Empress, Forsythia and Hui Ma had been guarding outside the palace gate. There were several other masters who had entered the palace as well. Some of their servants who were waiting outside saw that Hui Ma, who was dressed in women's clothing, was very charming and dared to flirt with him. Hui Ma used all his strength to restrain himself from punching them. He scowled and hid far away. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, making a posture that kept people 1,000 miles away. But when his arms just crossed his chest, he was touched by the 2 extra lumps on his chest. He then uncomfortably dropped his hands to his side. There were only 2 words in his mind: I want to die. I want to die. So when they saw Ning Shu come out, they both breathed a sigh of relief. One was finally relieved, and the other was finally not going to die. Forsythia, go back to the Duke's residence and report to father and mother. Let them be at ease. Oh right, go to Zigui and ask him if there are any discoveries in the Yun residence recently. Forsythia nodded and went to do it. Huema's face was still dark. What about me? Ning Shu said, accompany me to drink wine with girls. Huema's dark face suddenly turned red, and he was a little shy. He was picked up by Shitzi when he was a few years old and began to be trained in the prince's residence. There were many rules in the prince's residence and Shitzi didn't like the pretentious maidservants around him. So, he had not had intimate contact with a few girls. Previously, he heard from other guards that there were girls who were fragrant and soft, which made him very jealous. But Shi Yan Jusi and the others always said that he was still young and should keep himself clean. He didn't expect that he would have such a good thing when he just started to follow Lady Ning. He was a little excited when he thought about it. Suddenly, he felt that cross-dressing was not so abominable. Ning Shu looked at him up and down and sneered, don't worry, accompany me to watch others drink wine with girls. We are going to ask about the case. Why don't you go? The little flame of excitement was instantly extinguished. Chapter 56. That wretched girl keeps her mouth shut all day long. She's not close to anyone. Who knows who she's looking for? Although Hui Mo changed into men's clothes, his face was still covered with baiji. Even if he couldn't eat pork, he still wanted to see a pig run. He followed Ning Shu to the most famous pleasure boat on the moon-luring lake. He didn't expect to see an old brothel owner instead of a beauty. He suddenly withered. The brothel owner said while trimming her nails, "I only know that she came from Qingzhou. 3 months ago, she came to my pleasure boat to perform. Then she said that she came to the capital to look for someone. People like us who hang around in the entertainment industry, who doesn't have a lot of troubles. She doesn't like to talk about it, and I don't like to ask. As long as she can make money for me, it's fine." Ning Shu was very patient. "Then, are the things in Nina's room still there? Can you let us see it?" The brothel owner pointed at it and said, "She's gone. Why should I keep her room? She packed it all up and threw it in the utility room. You go in and find the blue bag." Under the guidance of the brothel owner, Ning Shu found the bag. The bag was very small. It could be seen at a glance because there was nothing valuable in it. There were only a few old clothes and used rouge and powder, which no one wanted. Hui Mo stepped forward and carefully checked it several times, but he didn't find anything. Then he shook his head at Ning Shu in disappointment. Ning Shu was prepared. She looked at the brothel owner. "Where are her papers and other things?" The brothel owner was angry when she thought of this. She must have planned it early that night and took it away. "I remember that I locked it in the cupboard. I don't know when she stole it. I trusted her so much. She's really heartless." Ning Shu frowned. It seemed that the other party was very careful. If she didn't investigate the cloud leaf case, no one would find that a singer on the moon-luring lake disappeared silently, as if she had never existed. But this also reflected that Ninu was definitely hiding a huge secret, and it was very likely that she was the key to solving this case. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she remembered. "I remember last time I heard from my mother that she put her family heirloom as collateral with you. Can you let me have a look?" "All right, just you wait." The procuress went to her room and searched for a long time before coming back. "Here, it's just a thin bracelet. It's less than 5 qian worth of gold. Only these gems are worth a little money. She even coaxed me that it was passed down from her ancestors and was very important to her." I really believed her nonsense. Ning Shu took the bracelet and looked at it carefully. It was just an ordinary bracelet. Poor people might treat it as a treasure, but in the capital, it was not enough. It was quite old, but the style was still somewhat exotic. However, he couldn't find out more information from it. Taking back the bracelet, the procuress said lazily, "That's all I know. If you want to know anything else, you can ask Chen Yang. I have more than a dozen girls on this boat, but I only saw her occasionally chatting with Ninu. Then may I ask where Miss Chen Yang is?" Ning Shu was looking for her. The procuress said, "Just now, a very powerful master came to the lake. All the famous girls on the moon-embracing lake took the initiative to board his boat. Chen Yang was also among them." Ning Shu was curious. Who has such a big face? There were more than a dozen famous girls on the moon-embracing lake. How big of a show of extravagance was it to invite so many girls? When the god of wealth was mentioned, the procuress laughed. "It's not a big face, it's a big money. The imperial bodyguard who came only said one sentence, 'His master invited you.' 100 taels per person. You don't need to do anything else. You only need to play the zither, sing and dance. If you are willing, come." When the girls heard this, they all rushed to board the boat. There were too many people, and one of them was almost squeezed into the lake. Do you know who this master is? He is the richest man in the capital, Prince Cuckoo. Ning Shu looked in the direction pointed by the procuress. Sure enough, she saw a gorgeous and dazzling big boat not far away. The word "Ku" on the boat was written in a flamboyant style. Especially the last stroke, it looked like a round copper coin. In contrast to the South pacifying lord's residence, Wei Mo's eyes were almost blinded by the golden light reflected from the boat. Wow, it's so extravagant. It's so arrogant. Chapter 57. Ning Shu and Hui Mo took a small boat to the big ship and introduced themselves to the guard on the ship. The guard quickly reported back and put down a ladder to invite them up. Hui Mo respectfully followed behind Ning Shu. The big ship looked dazzling from the outside, but the inside was even more luxurious. It was comparable to a palace. It really lived up to its owner's reputation as the #1 dandy in the capital city. Prince Kushao Jinglan was a weirdo in the capital city. He was Jin Xing's youngest brother. 25 years ago, when the previous emperor passed away, he was just a few years old. After Jin Xing ascended the throne, he was given the title of prince. He was the youngest and oldest prince in the dynasty. He was brought up by his elder sister, Princess Royal Xiaomingxue. At the age of 16, he left the Princess Royal Mansion to stand on his own. Until now, he was only 30 years old. He had countless private properties under his name. The Chasing Clouds and Chasing Moon house was built by him. He was handsome and charming. There was a mole under his eye that made him look like he was crying. Countless brothels and young women were attracted to him. The reason why he refused to get married was that he was afraid that after he married, the tears of all the women in the capital city would soak the entire palace. The most ridiculous thing he did was to play music for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the theater of the most famous actress in the capital city, Xiao Hongyan. Jin Xing had a headache because of him, so he could only let him be. However, although this King Ku was absurd, he had never done anything like bullying others and disregarding human lives. As a result, his reputation in the capital was quite good. Ning Shu walked down the stairs. The 3rd Prince Xiao Yunyan, the 4th Prince Xiao Yunsu, and the 7th Prince Xiao Yunsen were also there. They accompanied Xiao Jinglan as they listened to music and chatted. Xiao Yunyan was the oldest and most prudent of the princes. He frowned all day long as if he was burdened with all the worries of the world. Don't you feel that the capital city is becoming more and more unpeaceful recently? Especially after Xiahou Shizi came to the capital city, this feeling became stronger. When has our imperial city ever been peaceful? 3rd elder brother, you don't have to be so bitter all the time. Today, we came to little imperial uncle's place to relax. Let's not talk about those things. Xiao Yunsu leaned back and rested his elbows on the couch. As he enjoyed the song and dance, he took a sip of the wine that the beauty beside him fed him. He casually said, I heard that Imperial Father summoned Xiahou Qing to the palace today to choose a consort for him. Because of this, little 13th specially begged old Princess Yu to put in a good word for her in front of Imperial Mother. The 13th princess was Xiao Zhangping, the 13th princess. Xiao Yunsen was only 15 years old and was the most playful of the princes. He would go wherever there was fun. He gossiped, 4th brother, I remember that your cousin, the 3rd miss of the Qi family, has also admired the heir of Xiahou for a long time. She has your mother as her backer, but I don't know who will win in the end. I feel that there will be new drama in our palace soon. This was what Ning Shu heard when she stepped into the cabin. She couldn't help but smile in schadenfreude. It seemed that Xiahou Qing would have a headache from now on. Thinking about it, he was looking forward to it. Beside him, Huima pouted in puzzlement. Shouldn't she be jealous? That night, he heard her confess her feelings to the heir of Xiaoqing. Why did she look so interested in gossip now? Ah, women. She then heard Xiao Yunyan continue to sigh. Imperial father is extremely harsh towards us, his sons, but he is tolerant and forgiving towards these girls. He indulges them to the point that they are all beyond recognition. Xiao Yunsan giggled. Now that you mention it, I remember that 4 years ago, fifth sister took a fancy to the eldest young master of the Yun family, Yun Ruohui. She wanted him to be the emperor's son-in-law. He was so scared that he ran away to study abroad. He returned 3 years later, but fifth sister is really infatuated. She is still waiting for him after so many years. Concubine Shu was very anxious, but she couldn't persuade fifth sister. She could only condescend to ask him. Guess what? He said that when he was studying abroad, he secretly promised to marry a woman. Fifth sister cried in the palace for many days. At the end, Xiao Yunsan sighed and shook his head. Xiao Yunsu's phoenix-like eyes were full of disdain. She really has no sense of shame. Hearing this, Ning Shu frowned unhappily. She was so mean to her own sister, let alone others. Xiao Minglan, who had been silent all this time, leaned on the seat of a beauty and lazily said, I think that fifth sister is very courageous. She has tried everything. She will never regret it in this life. How delightful. He laughed heartily. The beauties around him giggled and fed him wine. Ning Shu had been waiting for a while. If she continued to listen, she would inevitably be suspected of eavesdropping. Thus, she took the initiative to salute, Your Highnesses, please be at ease. Chapter 58. Finally noticing her presence, Xiao Minglan stood up from the group of beauties and looked at her curiously. You are the pearl of Duke Ning's family, Ning Shu that my nephew Yuni has been longing for. Ning Shu was speechless and smiled. The former is correct, but the latter is wrong. Your Highness Prince Ku, please don't tease me. I am a woman who has been married 3 times, so I am not afraid. However, if I drag His Highness down and affect his future marriage, it will not be good. Xiao Minglan laughed out loud. Then, with a casual toss, the string of top-grade Eastern pearls in his hand flew towards Ning Shu. You are an interesting girl. Here, this string of Eastern pearls is yours. Ning Shu caught it and felt that the pearls in her palm were huge and smooth. A rich family was indeed rich. Their gifts were different. This string of pearls was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. It was enough to buy a house in the capital. Then she could only accept it. Ning Shu thanked him respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness. Beside her, Xiao Yunsu glanced at her and said with a smile that was not a smile, I heard that you caused a ruckus at old consort Yu's begonia gathering today and angered Imperial Mother. You actually managed to come out of Imperial Mother's palace alive. It seems like your life is quite tough. Ning Shu smiled but did not say anything. When she was 5 years old, the one who framed Xiao Yuni for stealing the golden hairpin was this prince's mother. It seemed that this prince was still holding a grudge. The people of the Xiao family were very narrow-minded. Xiao Yunsan did not understand what he meant. As usual, he was simple and straightforward. Yes, she is quite capable. Previously, when Chen Ziqing brought soldiers to the Duke's residence to arrest her, I saw with my own eyes that she refuted Chen Ziqing until he was speechless. That scene was really funny. Ning Shu had a good impression of this child. She said modestly, Your Highness is too kind. Xiao Yunyan had heard of Ning Shu's name before, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. He carefully looked at her thin and small appearance in men's clothing and asked in bewilderment, Does this mean that Imperial Mother handed the case to you? Ning Shu replied, Nyang ordered me to atone for my mistake by meritorious service. That's why I boarded the boat to find a Qin concubine related to the case to question her. Sorry to disturb everyone's refined mood. Would your highness Prince could please make an exception? She then curtsied towards Xiao Minglan. Xiao Minglan was never one to be bothered by trifles. She waved her sleeves and said, ha ha ha, this is interesting. Go on, go on. You can take any of the Guqin girls with you. Upon seeing her, Chun Yang, who was sitting in the corner playing the zither, revealed an expectant expression. She restrained herself and followed Ning Shu to an empty room before saying, Has noble lady found Nainu? Ning Shu shook her head and said, Not yet. I asked young Master Wan, who was offended by Nainu that night. He said that he was not responsible for Nainu's disappearance. I just asked the procuress. She said that Nainu was not close to others and only chatted with you occasionally. So I hope that you can tell me everything you know. Chun Yang's eyes darkened. She then sorted out her emotions and said slowly, 3 months ago, I boarded the pleasure boat with her. She was good at singing and I was good at playing the guqin. Although our skills were not in the same place, we were both from other places and were both alone in this huge capital. It was inevitable that we would be close. My family was so poor that we could not survive. That's why I was sold and came to the capital. I signed a death contract. But Nainu was different. She signed a life contract. She could redeem herself and leave once she saved enough money. I asked her, if you were not so poor that you could not survive, why did you board the pleasure boat? She said that she came to the capital to look for a good sister. That sister grew up with her. They were martial sisters who studied together. They were also friends who helped each other survive in adversity. 2 years ago, that sister came to the capital. At first, they were still in contact with each other. Then, one day, they suddenly stopped. After a month, she sent something to her. Since then, there was no news of her. She was very worried that something bad would happen to her. However, Qingzhou was thousands of miles away from the capital. Even if she worried, it would be useless. She saved money for a long time. Until 5 months ago, she finally saved enough money to redeem herself in Qingzhou. Then, she packed up her meager traveling expenses and came to the capital to look for someone. Then do you know the name of the sister she was looking for? I asked her once. She was stunned for a moment and did not say anything. I thought that she might have something that she could not say, so I did not ask again. If I had insisted on asking, perhaps now. Chun Yang's voice was choked with sobs. Chapter 59. Ning Shu took out a handkerchief and gave it to her. Did she tell you where she went, who she met, and how she wanted to find them? Chun Yang wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with the handkerchief and sighed, Miss, you don't know. It's really too difficult for lowly women like us to find another person in the vast sea of people in the capital. When the officials see us, they don't even want to take a look at us. Ning Shu guessed, so she entered the pleasure boat again and cooperated with the procuress to spread her name. That way, the people she wanted to find would go to the pleasure boat to find her when they heard her name. Chun Yang nodded, that's right. I told her not to be too honest. Your sister might have left the capital long ago. If she stayed on the boat for too long, she might fall into the fire pit forever. Since you signed a living contract, you should find a chance to leave as soon as possible. People should live for themselves. However, she was very stubborn. She said that she must stay here and would not leave until she found her sister. I laughed at her for being stupid. I didn't expect. Chun Yang's tears rolled down like a line. Did anyone come to find her recently? Chun Yang shook her head. There were many people who came to find her. Most of them heard her name and wanted to hear her sing or take off her veil. There was no woman. Among so many people, was there anyone who left an impression on you? Nainu didn't mention it to me. Chunyang thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. There was one. That night, not long after Nainu got off the boat, someone came to find her. At that time, my guest had just left and I happened to meet him. I said that Nainu had something to do and got off the boat. He was very anxious and asked me where she went. I said that I didn't know. He waited for about 15 minutes and left when he couldn't wait any longer. When he left, his expression was very. Chunyang couldn't find the right words and frowned. Finally, she caught an important message. Ning Shu quickly asked, angry, irritated, nervous, anxious, or, Ning Shu said word by word. Chunyang immediately said, anxious. Yes, he was anxious. When he left, he jogged all the way. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that I think about it, it feels like he had a premonition that something was going to happen to Nainu. Who is he? Do you know him? No, I don't. It was a young master, very handsome, and he left without saying anything. I've seen a lot of young masters on the boat, but I've rarely seen one with that kind of temperament. He's especially clean, and I feel that he doesn't fit in with our entertainment scene. I asked the others on the boat if they knew him. Then, he heard from Chao Chui, who was serving Nainu, that the young master came by a few days ago. Coincidentally, Nainu was invited by the Qian family to a concert, so she missed it. After Nainu went missing, that young master never came again. Chunyang then described the person's appearance in detail. After listening to her description, something suddenly flashed through Ning Shu's mind. She was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with being a noble? Do you know that young master? Chunyang asked. Ning Shu came back to her senses and said apologetically, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Do you have anything else you want to know? I've already told you everything I know. After Chunyang finished, she was afraid that the men in front of her would be dissatisfied if they didn't get the money. So, she hurriedly wiped her tears and went outside to serve. Before she left, Ning Shu begged her again. Ning Shu would try her best to appease her. After she left, Ning Shu looked at the small portrait of Nainu that she had asked the brothel mother and others to draw. She showed a distressed expression. Hui Mo was puzzled. Since there is a small portrait of Nainu, why don't we just take this small portrait and post it all over the street? Why do we have to check it one by one? Ning Shu sighed, it's not that simple. At that time, I was able to find Wan Chang, and because of the red mole on his nose. But most people in the world don't have such distinctive features. Moreover, even the best artist can only draw a small portrait that is 60 to 70% similar. In our big capital, there are nearly 1 million people. There are at least a few dozen people who look similar. It's too blurry. He was born in Qingzhou. He set out to the capital 5 months ago. He traveled on a pleasure boat 3 months ago. He was good at singing. The identity of the sister he was looking for was unknown. She hadn't received any news for more than a year. How could she be sure that the sister must be in the capital? Half a month ago, she received a message. She got off the boat and went to the appointment without saying anything. When she left, she was very excited. How did she get in touch with the sister? After she left, there was a young master who looked for her. His identity was also unknown. Ning Shu dipped a little water and quietly wrote on the table. While writing, she sorted out the dead ends. When she wrote the last one, her fingertips paused. She drew a whole circle on it. Her clear eyes were full of deep thoughts. Then she wrote the word Yun stroke by stroke. Why did the person Chen Yang mentioned look so similar to him? Chapter 60. Ning Shu could not stay on the boat for long, so she bid farewell to Prince Ku with a lot of questions. Perhaps they didn't believe that a little girl like her could solve such a big case, but these men didn't ask her what she had found out. Only Xiao Minglan said, "Little girl from the Ning family, let me know when you've solved the case so that this old man can kill some time." Ning Shu smiled and curtsied. She went back the way she came from. There was a female singer singing at the banquet. Her voice was lingering and moving. But the princes who were used to listening to heavenly music were not very satisfied. Xiao Yunsu said lazily, "This song is not bad, but singing these decadent songs is not very special. I heard that Nainu's voice on the moon-seizing lake was as ethereal as an immortal's. I didn't expect her to go missing before I even heard her. TSK, I don't know if she can be found." Xiao Yunsen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Speaking of which, little imperial uncle, why does the name Nainu sound so familiar? Why do I remember that there was a Nainu in your residence before?" Ning Shu's footsteps paused for a moment. She slowed down and walked up to the deck. The voices in the cabin continued. "Did I?" Xiao Minglan rubbed the soft hair of the beauty beside him and said casually, "The beauties in this prince's residence are like carps in the river. Other than my little Hong Yen, how could I remember anyone else?" Xiao Yunyan said from the side, "The women in these brothels have the same names over and over again. Perhaps they have the same name." "Is that so?" Xiao Yunsen did not think much of it and continued to chat with the other princes. "Speaking of which, sixth brother is really amazing. The bandits on Mount Yanxi have been causing trouble for many years and have harmed many people. Imperial Father has repeatedly sent troops." As Ning Shu went up to the deck, the voices in the cabin gradually faded away and then disappeared. The two returned to the small boat and returned to the shore. Today, the emperor was very strict with the princes. Xiao Yunyan and the others only dared to take a break for half a day. They did not dare to stay on Prince Ku's ship for too long. 2 hours later, the princes disembarked one after another and returned to their mansions. Xiao Yunsen, who had eaten a bellyful of fine wine from the western regions, smacked his lips and hummed a little tune as he leisurely jumped onto the shore. He called for the coachman and other attendants who had been waiting there for a long time. They helped him onto the carriage and hurried back to the palace before dark, so as to avoid being discovered by the emperor and being severely punished again. As soon as he boarded the carriage, he exclaimed in shock, "Oh. This one is truly sorry to have disturbed your Highness 7. Ning Shu smiled and nodded at him in greeting. "In order not to disturb your Highness return to the palace, this one will make a long story short. Just now on His Highness Prince Ku's ship, I accidentally heard you say that you had seen a Nainu in His Highness Prince Ku's residence. May I ask if that is the case?" Xiao Yunsen was a simple-minded person, and he was drunk, so he didn't think before he said, "Yes, I've seen her before. She sings very well, many times better than those on the boat. May I ask your Highness, when did you see her?" "Last year." "The year before last. How can I remember clearly?" Xiao Yunsen waved his sleeves and said, "Probably 1 or 2 years ago. It's been a long time, but not recently." Ning Shu handed the small portrait of Nainu to him. "Then please take a look at this portrait, your Highness. Do they look similar?" Xiao Yunsen frowned for a long time, then said, "It's been so long, who would remember? Don't those beauties in the musical house all look the same after putting on makeup? 1 or 2 years ago, the time did not match, so it was likely that they really did have the same name." Ning Shu smiled and jumped off the carriage. She cupped her hands at Xiao Yunsen. "Many thanks, your Highness. Let's see you back to the palace." Chapter 61. Hui Mo asked, "Where are we going to investigate next?" Ning Shu thought for a moment and made a decision, "Let's go to the Ministry of Revenue first." Ning Shu turned around and left, but she saw Hui Mo standing in the same place and didn't follow her. She looked back at him in surprise. Hui Mo's face was irritable. "Don't you feed your horse? First, you made a scene at Prince Yu's residence, then you waited outside the palace for 3 hours. Then you came to the pleasure boat, then the big boat, and finally you waited by the lake until now. I say, Lady Ning, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse first." Too ruthless, too ruthless. This Lady Ning looked soft and weak, but how could she run like a spinning top? In the past, when she was with the air, she didn't even feel so tired. Only the heavens knew how he had managed to survive on that ship that was filled with the aroma of delicious food and wine. Every day felt like a year. Ning Shu laughed. She didn't have a good life in her previous life. She was used to being hungry and forgot about this. She hurriedly said, sorry, I know a very delicious wonton shop nearby. It has been passed down for generations. I will treat you to 3 big bowls of wonton as an apology." After all, she still had to rely on the horse's strength later, so she couldn't treat it too harshly. Such a good and free horse, after losing one, Xiahou Qing wouldn't lend her a second one. Soon, the two sat in front of the wonton shop. The shop's business was very good. The boss knew Ning Shu, so he reluctantly squeezed out 2 seats for them. After eating 3 bowls of wonton, Hui Mo put down the bowl with satisfaction. He sighed and wiped his mouth. "Why are we going to the Ministry of Revenue?" Ning Shu had also just finished her second bowl and slowly said, "She left for the capital 5 months ago. Everyone who enters the capital has to be checked at the city gates. After the guards at the city gates confirm their identity, they will be registered and sent to the Ministry of Revenue for their records. All the things that can prove her identity on the pleasure boat are gone. Now we can only go to the Ministry of Revenue to try our luck and see if we can find any clues." When she saw that Hui Mo was no longer eating, she smiled and got up. "Are you full? Then let's go." Hui Mo let out a wail and had to accept his fate and continue to the next station. When they arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, it was already completely dark. Fortunately, the Ministry of Revenue had arranged for people to be on night duty. Since they had already obtained the Empress's approval to investigate the case, Ning Shu didn't need to hide her identity. She directly handed over Duke Ning's token and the bailiff on night duty let them pass. Originally, Hui Mo thought that it would take at most 2 to 4 hours to find out the truth, but he didn't expect that the more he investigated, the more serious Ning Shu's face became. Then, they spent the whole night investigating until dawn. The morning bell of the Wan Fo temple in the suburbs had already rung. Only then did he take sluggish steps out of the main gate of the Ministry of Revenue. There was only one feeling: his brain was about to explode. He stared numbly at Ning Shu, who was walking in front of him with furrowed brows and deep in thought. Not a human, not a human. He had finally found a second person who looked like the Crown Prince. These people were not human. A whole night of hard work did not help Ning Shu in the slightest. Instead, it made her even more confused when she found out the information. It was as if she had peeled off a mystery with great difficulty, but it was followed by another mystery, and then she opened it up again and again. How could it be like this? She rubbed her tired temples and decided to go back and rest for a while. When she woke up, she would reorganize her thoughts. Suddenly, she saw Zigui rushing over in a hurry. Ning Shu immediately became alert. Something happened. Zigui was a secret guard and would not easily leave the Yun residence if there was nothing wrong. "Miss," the blood letter appeared again. This time, it was a word: absolute. Zigui's face was very tense. He pursed his lips and added, "This time, I saw it with my own eyes." Blood suddenly seeped out from the ground and then slowly condensed together to form the blood letter. There was no one around. Chapter 62. When Ning Shu arrived, the entire Yun residence was filled with nervousness. Many people surrounded the large blood letter and their eyes were filled with fear. Even Hui Mo was shocked when he first saw it. The large blood letter, Absolute, was arrogantly lying on the ground, like an evil spirit that escaped from hell. Other than fearing the Madam, Imperial Censor Yun, who had never been afraid of any corrupt officials, was now filled with panic and despair. Last time it was danger, this time it was absolute. Next time, would it be death or death? His Yun family's ancestral teachings were, be elegant, be upright, and distinguish between right and wrong. What kind of ghost did he offend? Was it really Empress Zhou who came to take his life? But what kind of mistake did his son make? Madame Yun, who had always been valiant, stood in front of Cloud Leaf's bed, quietly not saying a word until she saw Ning Shu appear. She suddenly jumped up. You're here. Quickly come and take a look, what is going on? Why is it like this? Since you can find Wan Chang'an, you must be able to decipher these things, right? Who is the one who is pretending to be a ghost? Hurry, hurry. When she said the last sentence, she tightly grasped Ning Shu's sleeve and cried. Madame Yun cried and cried until she collapsed. Yun Ruohui immediately helped her up and then sent her to the East Warm Pavilion to rest with Imperial Censor Yun. The ground that Madame Yun was holding did not hurt, but it was boiling hot. Ning Shu silently lowered her head to look at the large blood letter that appeared on the ground without anyone noticing. How long ago was the ground swept? She asked. After a long while, a brave servant girl stood up and sobbed, reporting to Lady Ning, half an hour ago, this servant personally swept the ground. After cleaning, there was really nothing on the ground. Qing Mei and Qing Yu can testify for me, this servant has nothing to do with this. Ning Shu raised her hand, indicating for her not to make a sound. Then, her cold and calm gaze slowly swept over everyone's faces. It swept over these servant girls, swept over Imperial Censor Yun, Madame Yun, Yun Ruohui, and finally landed on the unconscious Cloud Leaf on the couch. So, you feel like you've reached a bottleneck. The nights in the South Pacifying King's mansion were always warmer than other places. The gurgling water flowed from the bamboo pipes into the bamboo mirror, which was then scooped up by Xiahou Qing and slowly poured into the wind mantis. Tonight, Xiahou Qing did not wear his fox fur coat. He only wore a black cloak on the outside. Under the candlelight, the red plum blossoms on his snow-white neck looked like blood. The red plum blossom on his neck was too eye-catching, almost causing her to be lost in thought. Yes. She took off the veil hat on her head and handed it to the servant girl. Then, she sat opposite Xiahou Qing and sighed. Her expression was a little distressed, and she told him what she had discovered in the past 2 days. According to Chen Yang, Nainu set out to the capital 5 months ago. According to the distance between Qingzhou and the capital, it would take at least 5 days and at most half a month to arrive. However, I searched the Ministry of Revenue for more than 2 hours and found a total of 247 people who came to the capital from Qingzhou in the past 6 months. Among them, none of them were called Nainu. However, I did find this living contract signed by her and the brothel mother of the pleasure boat in the musical house's register. The signature was, Nainu, December 10th, year 24 of natural selection. When I found this, I felt very strange, so I continued to search, starting from the most recent time. I searched the Ministry of Revenue with Hui Ma for an entire night and finally found her name and time of arrival, May, year 23 of natural selection. This means that she arrived in the capital 2 years ago. Why would Nainu lie to Chen Yang about this matter? Also, she has been in the capital for nearly 2 years. Why did she only start to look for people recently? Where was she during the blank period of more than a year? Chapter 63. She originally thought that Nainu was just a minor character who was implicated in this case. She didn't expect that the more she understood, the more she felt that Nainu was a mystery. On the table in front of Xiahou Qing was a jade pot of spring. Inside the bottle was a peach. Ning Shu stretched out her finger and lightly touched the center of the petal, which looked like a butterfly's antennae. Her voice was like the butterfly's antennae, delicate and soft, with a hint of annoyance and unhappiness. There's also that female ghost's bloodletter. I actually already have a suspect in my heart, but why would that person do this? Other than frightening the entire residents of Yun and making it uneasy, what other meaning does this have? From dangerous to absolute, what is it hinting at? The promised 15 days were getting shorter and shorter. There weren't many clues, but the implications were getting wider and wider. This made Ning Shu a little anxious. Xiahou Qing said unhurriedly, since the above question can't be solved for now, why don't you tell me what other doubts you have in your heart? For example, Prince Ku. Following his guidance, Ning Shu's disturbed state of mind calmed down once again, and she tried to sort out the mess. She borrowed a ladle of cold water from Xiahou Qing's book and dipped her finger in it. She slowly wrote the word 1 on the table in front of her. I heard Xiao Yunsan mention before that Prince Ku's residence had a 9 1 or 2 years ago, but at the time I thought that the timing didn't match and that it was just someone with the same name. Now it seems that there's a big mystery behind it. Is the Nainu from Prince Ku's residence and the Nainu on the moon embracing lake the same person? Why did an outsider like Xiao Yunsan remember that there was a Nainu, but Prince Ku, the master, said that he couldn't remember clearly? Was he really blinded by love and forgot? This is the first reason. Nainu's purpose in coming to the capital was very clear, to look for someone. However, the identity of the person she was looking for was tightly concealed and she refused to mention it to anyone. Even Chen Yang, who was her best friend, was also tight-lipped. What was the identity of that sister? Why did she have to be so tight-lipped? This is the second reason. After writing these 2 words, she lowered her eyes and began to think again. The water droplets on her fingertips were a little cold, slowly taking away the warmth from her hands. However, she didn't realize it at all. She only tried her best to sort out the mess in her mind one by one and sort it out clearly. Xiahou Qing didn't want to disturb her. He took the tea cake from Josie, broke off a small piece, put it into the teapot, and carefully ground it. When the water in the teapot was boiling, he poured the ground tea into it and slowly stirred it. The aroma of tea instantly filled the entire room. It was fresh and refreshing, making one's soul feel refreshed. Ning Shu's blocked thoughts suddenly became clear. She raised her finger and wrote the next number, 3. After the bloodletter incident, I took the opportunity to test Yun Ruohui. I asked him if he went to the moon-luring lake on the night of Cloud Leaf's accident. He admitted it. The reason was that he heard that Cloud Leaf went there to compete in poetry. He was afraid that it would cause trouble, so he went to check on the situation. He didn't expect to run into a servant who said that Cloud Leaf was missing, so he went to the boat to ask. As for the previous time, he gave the explanation that he heard Nainu's beautiful singing. That day, he passed by and wanted to have a feast for his ears. He didn't expect that Nainu would be taken away by someone else. At first, his explanation sounded reasonable, but there was a loophole. Even if he went to the boat to look for someone, when he heard that Cloud Leaf and Nainu weren't there, he should have immediately gotten off the boat and continued to look for them. Why did he have to wait there for a full 15 minutes? He was a well-known fine young master in the capital. How could he have a connection with a prostitute? This is the third reason. Chapter 64. It was late in the spring of March and April was approaching. The usual silence of the southern pacifying prince's residence was broken by the sweet voice of a young girl. Regarding this change, Xiahou Qing slightly frowned and said indifferently, "Your 3 points of suspicion all revolve around Nainu." Ning Shu nodded her head after he guessed correctly. "Yes, I want to investigate her background. Maybe it will help solve the case." Xiahou Qing casually replied, "Then go investigate." Ning Shu still had a problem. "First, we need to investigate the first doubt. The Prince Ku's residence's Nainu is not the same as the moon-embracing Lake Nainu. We need to investigate the Prince Ku's residence first. As far as I know, the prince's residence can't be casually entered. In order to ensure safety, we need to record the people who enter the residence one by one so that we can check them when necessary. However, the records of the prince's residence are strictly controlled and the Ministry of Revenue can't find anything." So, she hesitated for a moment and then her pair of watery eyes suddenly turned and fell on Xiahou Qing. Her eyes were full of expectation. That gaze was too sincere and Xiahou Qing was forced to feel it even if he couldn't see it. "You want to ask me for information?" Ning Shu was obedient and didn't say anything. The corners of Xiahou Qing's lips curled up into a cold smile. Ah! He knew that she didn't really come to complain to him tonight. The first time was for Huemo. The second time was for him to promise to save her life. This time, it was for his information. In any case, every time she came to him, nothing good would come out of it. There were rumors in the capital that the eldest daughter of the Duke Ning was extremely beautiful. He didn't expect that her thoughts were even more beautiful. Xiahou Qing kept his mouth shut and didn't answer. Ning Shu's eyes were even more sincere and she continued to work hard. The tea in Xiahou Qing's hand was boiling and Ning Shu was one step ahead of him to sprinkle ginger and tangerine. By the time Xiahou Qing finished brewing the tea, Ning Shu had already prepared the tea bowls. She gave one to him and the other to herself. In the middle of spring, he held the pot in his hand and was as silent as ice. She obediently waited with a smile. This silent contest was a contest of who was more thick-skinned. In this aspect, Ning Shu seemed to have won by a narrow margin. In the end, he took into consideration that time was of the essence and that the poison in his body could worsen at any time and take his life in advance. Xiahou Qing threw aside the tea set in his hand and coldly called out, "Juicy." The young man next to him, who is more steady and silent than Huemo, nods respectfully and walks behind Xiahou Qing. With his back to Ning Shu, he presses something on the treasure shelf. With a muffled sound, the treasure rack slowly opened to both sides, revealing the snow-white wall behind it. Jiu Si went to the corner of the wall and pressed another mechanism. The wall flipped over and a whole row of file shelves appeared in front of them. They were made into a very deep lattice. There were at least thousands of lattices. Each lattice had a different color and pattern. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. She knew he had it. She still remembered that night when she dug the grave and her identity was exposed by him. He blurted out all the details about her without hesitation. At that time, she guessed that he must have a huge database in his hands. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint her. However, at a glance, the database in front of her had hundreds of thousands of files. It was not easy to find the file about Prince Ku's mansion. Ning Shu was thinking about where to start. Before she started to flip through the files, she heard Xiahou Qing say with great familiarity, "Second shelf on the left, from the top to the bottom, all the details about Prince Ku's mansion are there. The information that is too confidential cannot be leaked out. Whether you can find it depends on your luck. See for yourself." Chapter 65. She thought that she had a good memory, but she didn't expect that this person was even better. He was able to quickly name one of the thousands of books. Ordinary people couldn't do it, but it was a pity that he was blinded later. She quietly looked at his eyes. She really wanted to know how beautiful the eyes of Prince Xiaohu, who had opened the hearts of most of the girls in the capital, were under the black silk cloth. Of course, Ning Shu didn't dare to say this in front of him. She could only sigh and carry out the hundreds of scrolls in the 5th compartment according to his instructions. TSK. So heavy. Tonight, in order to hide the truth, she and Huema came quietly and didn't even bring Forsythia. Huema was a servant of Lord Pingnan's mansion. When he came back here, she couldn't order his servant in front of Xiahou Qing, the master. So now she had to move all the scrolls out alone. She was so tired. She glanced at the person behind her who was sitting calmly and drinking tea. She was immediately angry. He didn't even ask for help. He really didn't know how to be gentle with women. Ning Shu cursed in her heart and started to do business. Even though Prince Ke's residence only served one master and had a small population compared to the aristocratic families in the capital, since the establishment of the residence until now, the large and small files were piled up in one place. Flipping through them would make one's eyes dizzy. Solving a case was really a laborious work. Your Highness, can you lend me someone to look for it with me? After all, I spent the whole night in the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the case. Ning Shu tried to act pitiful. Xiahou Qing was indifferent and didn't buy it. Why did I hear that you had enough sleep during the day and didn't wake up until it was time for dinner? It's reasonable to say that you should be full of energy at this moment. You can do it alone. Ning Shu only had 2 words left in her mind: accept her fate. After reading the files, they were put aside and gradually piled up. The sound of the water dripping in the courtyard indicated the changes of the sky, the stars, and the moon. Soon, it was late at night. Ning Shu rubbed her temples and looked up from the pile of files. She found that Xiahou Qing didn't leave, but silently sat on the soft couch next to her. The embroidered cloak with dark cloud patterns slid down and stopped on his elbow. He didn't pay attention to it. Only the finger bone in his palm was still gently twisting. The sparrow he raised was already fast asleep on his shoulder. He just sat there quietly under the window, motionless, like an immortal made of ice. Ning Shu whispered, "It's so late, Your Highness, don't go to bed." Xiahou Qing said slowly, "What's the rush? You'll have plenty of time to sleep after I die." "What did you find?" Ning Shu shook her head. "Not yet, but it should be soon." After listening, Xiahou Qing nodded slightly and continued to be silent. In front of his eyes was still the deathly stillness of the ink-like darkness. In his ears, he heard the faint sound of a book being flipped, the girl's shallow and even breathing, and the light rustling of her clothes when she occasionally stopped to rub her temples to refresh herself. He deliberately didn't let Jiu Si and Hue Ma help her. This woman was like the sparrow he raised on the shelf. She looked obedient and harmless, but in fact, if he didn't feed her enough, her sharp beak would peck his palm. She dared to plot against him again and again. If he didn't give her some bitter fruit, she would be more unscrupulous in the future. Ning Shu suddenly raised her head from a scroll, her eyes extremely bright. She waited until the end of the hourglass mark had passed before she raised her head. Nainu really appeared in Prince Ke's mansion. I found this record. On the 17th of May, the 23rd year of Tianzi, Song Nainu entered Prince Ke's mansion. On the 22nd of July, she left the mansion. Chapter 66. The file also recorded that Nainu's age and appearance at the time, which matched the Nainu at Moon Seizing Lake. It seemed like the night's work had not been in vain. Ning Shu's gaze quietly shifted and landed on the vast pile of files. The files here were so complete, then wouldn't there be files in the Imperial Palace as well? Also, would he be hiding his own files? Ning Shu had just reached out her hand, preparing to flip through the files when he wasn't paying attention. But just as she reached out to touch a scroll, before she could pull it out, she heard the silent person behind her suddenly open his mouth. His voice was slow and low, with hidden killing intent. Don't randomly flip through it. Be careful. The more you know, the faster you die. Qiao Er's extended claw immediately retracted. Ning Shu pursed her lips and decided not to provoke him. I want to investigate Yunruohui again. Xiahou Qing pointed at another file for her. Ning Shu moved it over and continued to flip through it. The tiredness from the past few days of rushing about unknowingly caused her to fall asleep while leaning against the pile of files. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. The bird on Xiahou Qing's shoulder had already woken up and lively flew to her elbow, chirping crisply. Ning Shu woke up and found that her body was not cold. She didn't know when, but someone had covered her with a blanket. She raised her head and saw that Xiahou Qing had not gone to bed yet. One of his hands was propped up on his head as he leaned against the soft couch and slept through the night. His breathing was even and it seemed like he had not woken up yet. Ning Shu quietly walked over and bent one knee to look at him. She didn't know why, but she didn't dare to make a sound at that moment. Her gaze fell on his other hand. The ivory bone in his palm was faintly discernible between his slender fingers. Even though he was asleep, he was still holding on to this thing. Ning Shu's heart was filled with curiosity. She carefully reached out her hand and tried to hook the bone out from between his fingers. But just as she touched the corner of the bone, his palms suddenly tightened and grabbed her fingers. His other hand was like the wind and like a dragon, instantly bringing her slender neck into his palm. Oh! Ning Shu subconsciously groaned in pain. She wanted to open her mouth, but no sound came out. Jiu Si heard the commotion and rushed over. He didn't expect to see this scene as soon as he entered the room. His Shitzi was holding Lady Ning's hand with one hand and her neck with the other. The distance between them was so close that their breaths were just inches apart. If someone were to walk over and give him a gentle push. If it was Hui Mo who came in, he would have already made a fuss. However, he was Jiu Si. He lowered his eyes and calmly reported, "Master, it's Lady Ning." Xiahou Qing was already awake. He frowned and loosened his grip on the neck that was about to be broken. He pushed the person away and said coldly, "What are you doing?" The air that she had not breathed in for a long time finally entered her lungs again. Ning Shu rubbed her aching neck and used her loud voice to hide her guilty conscience. "I just wanted to thank you for draping the blanket over me last night so that I wouldn't catch a cold. It was too painful. No wonder people said that a sleeping lion couldn't be touched. Who knows when it would wake up, it would be bitten to death." Xiahou Qing put the palm bone into his sleeve and said expressionlessly, "Oh, it's Jiu Si who was meddling. What does it have to do with me?" Jiu Si was stunned for a moment and bowed his head respectfully. "It's me who was meddling. I know I was wrong." Ning Shu, Xiahou Qing got up and Jiu Si went forward to tidy his clothes. Noticing that Ning Shu was still standing there, Xiahou Qing's face was expressionless. He said quietly, "You should have found the thing you wanted to find. Why are you still here?" He had already asked her to leave. If she continued to stay, she would have no face. Ning Shu angrily walked back to the pile of files. She picked up Yunruohui's file and read it quickly. She didn't even say goodbye and left directly. After she left, Jiu Si asked if he was going to wash up and eat. Xiahou Qing paused and said, "Call Hui Mo here." "Yes." Chapter 67. Hearing the crown prince's call, Mo rushed over like a cheerful sparrow and said expectantly, "Master, are you calling me back to serve you? I don't need to follow Lady Ning anymore, right?" Xia Ho Qing followed the sound of the birds and walked to the front of the flower and bird rack. He grabbed a handful of bird food and stretched out his hand. Two tender yellow sparrows flew over and used their tender red beaks to peck and play in his palm. Xia Ho Qing felt the soft life in his palm and said faintly, "Continue to follow her. You don't need to go back until this case is over. Also, remind her to take a look at Phoenix Terrace when she has time." Hearing this, Mo's incomparably cheerful face suddenly collapsed. He was indescribably sad and miserable. "Do you really want me to go? Can I not go? Young Mistress Ning is so intelligent, and Miss Lien Qiao by her side is also very clever. I think they will be able to handle it. I don't think I need to add feet to a snake." He still wanted to struggle, but suddenly he found that his crown prince slightly frowned. His heart was alarmed. He quickly raised his hand and gently patted his mouth and respectfully said, "Master, I understand." After that, he turned around and continued to complete the task. When he was about to step out of the door, he heard Xia Ho Qing's low voice again. "Try not to let her die easily." Mo respectfully said, "Yes." Then he walked out. Xia Ho Qing was the only person left in the large hall. It was spacious, bright, and quiet like water. Only the tiny creature in his palm was still playing and jumping about, oblivious to everything. Xia Ho Qing remembered that under his 5 fingers, the woman's neck didn't seem to be tougher than the sparrow in his hand. It might be a pity if she died easily. In the early morning, Prince Ke's mansion was particularly quiet. No one dared to make a sound. After the housekeeper of the mansion served Ning Shu tea, he bowed his head and waited aside. Ning Shu quietly ate the snacks and tea as breakfast. Mo quietly stuffed the snacks into his cherry mouth and sighed. When will this day come to an end? It wasn't until 9:15 that the most important prince in the capital lazily got up. With him, the entire palace immediately came to life. More than 10 servant girls served Xiao Minglan like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. One of them went to the main seat and laid down. Another picked up a cup of tea leaves and a cup of top-grade sparrow tongue for him to rinse his mouth. Another stood behind him and massaged his head to wake him up. The rest of the servants carried basins of water, hot towels, and dozens of dishes. They lined up in an orderly manner and the queue stretched all the way out of the house. After he used a hot towel, he finally woke up completely. He glanced at Ning Shu and said, "Isn't this the little girl from the Ning family? Qin Ji has already returned to the pleasure boat. Why are you looking for this prince?" Ning Shu had long heard that this master had a bad temper when he woke up. She smiled and apologized, "It's really rude of me to visit your residence, but I'm investigating a person who is closely related to the Cloud Leaf case, so I can only come and disturb you." "Who is it?" "Nainu. Yesterday, I heard the 7th prince mention that he had seen you in your residence, so I wanted to ask you to recall carefully. Perhaps you can really remember something." Xiao Minglan smiled and looked at her playfully. "Aren't you afraid that this case is related to me? I remember that when I entered the palace when I was 5 years old, I happened to see the 6th prince being accused of stealing the hairpin. I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and raised an objection, causing concubine Qi to be unhappy. It was you who stood out and used children's words to smooth things over for me and saved me from punishment. Therefore, I respect you and believe you." In that life, Xiao Minglan was an idle and stubborn prince until his death. Whether it was the struggle in the imperial court or the secret affairs of the previous dynasty represented by Empress Zhou, he didn't care about them. Setting up such a trap was meaningless to him. Xiao Minglan smiled and was very happy. "I happened to pass by at that time, but I thought that you were very interesting and joined in the fun. You actually remembered it until now. Forget it, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll help you. He waved his sleeves to summon the housekeeper and listened to the housekeeper whisper a few words. Not long after, Xiao Minglan slowly recalled, "Oh, so the Nini you were talking about is that girl. There was indeed such a person in my residence. 2 years ago, to celebrate the old concubine's birthday, I bought a singing troupe and found that there was a little girl in the troupe who sang very well. At that time, I wanted to make someone happy, so I asked her to teach me how to sing. That girl worked very hard and sang until her voice was out. After a long time, I forgot her name. I only remember that there was such a person." Later on, there was the anecdote of Prince Ku singing for 3 days and 3 nights at the flower pavilion, forcing the red door to open. Chapter 68. Ning Shu said, "At that time, you were learning songs from her every day. You should have had a lot of contact with her. May I ask if your highness still has any impression of her?" Xiao Minglan had almost recalled, that girl was interesting. She insisted on singing even when her voice was broken. I asked her if she was working so hard for something. She said that she came to the capital to look for someone. She wanted me to write a note for her to ask the yamen. It was just a small matter. I wrote a note for her. That girl thanked me profusely. After a few days, I inadvertently asked her if she had found the person. She said that she had found the person, but he was already dead. Later on, after the old concubine's birthday celebration and the person I wanted to coax, I let the troupe out. Did she say who she was looking for at that time? Sister or something like that? I can't remember clearly. Then where did she go after leaving your prince's mansion? You go to find the third prince. He bought the troupe that he liked. Before leaving Prince Ku's mansion, Xiao Minglan ordered the housekeeper to give her the name list of the troupe and the details of the troupe leader. Ning Shu thanked her and left. After leaving the prince's mansion, Hui Mo muttered, "This Ninu is really strange. 2 years ago, she said that she had found the person, but he was already dead. After such a long time, she appeared again and continued to look for him. Could it be that she had found the wrong person? There is also the third prince, Xiao Yunyan. At that time, the 7th prince mentioned that he had seen Ninu. It was Xiao Yunyan who immediately picked her up. He told him not to think too much. But he obviously bought the person he liked. I feel that the third prince is very suspicious." Ning Shu was not anxious. After a short period of confusion yesterday, she had quickly adjusted herself. She was even a little hot-blooded to fight. Now, I am not afraid of more problems. I am only afraid of fewer problems. The more clues we have, the more likely it is to solve the case. Let's go and have lunch. We will call for Scythia and split into 3 groups. It was already the 6th day. The deadline of 15 days was less than 10 days. There was not much spring rain in the capital, so the next rain was very precious. As soon as the pearl-like raindrops fell, the white pears all over the streets danced. The people all found shelter from the rain and gathered together to smile and admire the flowers and the rain as they chatted. The entire city was filled with the light and refreshing fragrance of the watery pears. However, the joy elsewhere had nothing to do with the Yun residents. A maidservant of the Yun family held an umbrella and welcomed Ning Shu into the mansion. She walked through several red doors, made a turn, and went through a long corridor to Cloud Leaf's courtyard. Along the way, they didn't see many people. Occasionally, they saw a few servants, but they hurriedly saluted Ning Shu and walked away quickly. The rain gradually became heavier, and the sound of the raindrops hitting the blue tiles was particularly clear. Other than the sound of the rain, there was only the sound of the medicine being boiled on the medicine stove. There was nothing else in the courtyard. Ning Shu looked into the room through the window lattice. Yunruohui was guarding by Cloud Leaf's side. Perhaps because he was tired, he supported his head with one hand and leaned against the side of the bed. Beside him, the housekeeper mother said softly, "Last night, young master vomited blood again." It was the eldest young master who took care of him and guarded him the whole night. Ning Shu nodded and looked at the unconscious Cloud Leaf on the bed. Because of the poison, his face was deathly pale and there was no trace of blood. 2 months ago, when they first met in the Plum Mountain, the peach blossoms had withered in the blink of an eye. The person who used to have bright and pure eyes now seemed to be a different person. She couldn't see the sincerity and straightforwardness of that day. Only the 4 small blood-red plum petals on the side of his neck were quietly blooming. It made Ning Shu think of the red spider lilies that bloomed at the gates of hell. They looked beautiful and dazzling, but in fact, they were the claws of the tortured evil spirits in the purgatory. They reached up from the 18 levels of hell and invited every ghost to accompany them. Ning Shu suddenly thought of Xiahou Qing. It was different from Cloud Leaf's emergency. At that time, he was 10 years old and watched the petals in the mirror slowly take away his 5 senses and 6 senses. He went from not being able to smell the world to not being able to taste the bitterness and sweetness. Day after day, year after year, for a whole 10 years, he couldn't even see last year. How would he feel? Panic, fear, anxiety, worry, anger, despair, unwillingness, collapse. Among them, did he experience them one by one? Then he took them and beat them day and night into a thick shell, indifferent and indestructible. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she heard a few whispers. She came back to her senses and looked at Yun Ruohui, who was trapped in a nightmare. She didn't know what he was dreaming of, but the young master who was always gentle like jade was now tense. His tightly knitted eyebrows were full of panic, loss, and panic. Beads of cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead. "No, father, let her go, let her go." Ning Shu was slightly surprised. She leaned closer to listen. Yun Ruohui's lips trembled violently. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and his voice became extremely sad. "Don't blame me, you shouldn't have come." Boom. Spring thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Yun Ruohui was suddenly awakened. Chapter 69. Yun Ruohui abruptly opened his eyes, as if he had not yet pulled himself out of the nightmare. His eyes were unfocused, and his hands were pressed on his knees as he breathed rapidly. Ning Shu calmly walked in and took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to him. She asked in a low voice, "Is the eldest young master sick?" Yun Ruohui took it and nodded his head in thanks. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and restored his clean and gentle face. He stood up and smiled slightly. "I was just dreaming of some things from the past and lost myself for a moment. Just now, did I say anything nonsense?" Ning Shu calmly shook her head. "It was raining heavily outside. I didn't hear clearly." Yun Ruohui turned his head and looked. He stood up and walked out of the room. Looking at the curtain of rain outside, he muttered, "It's raining so heavily." Ning Shu followed and looked at him with a smile. "I heard that the eldest young master was traveling a few years ago and went to many places. On the way, he met a woman who entrusted her life to him." Ning Shu admired and envied him. "I just haven't heard the eldest young master mention it yet." Yun Ruohui quietly looked at the curtain of rain in a daze. After a long time, he sighed emotionally. "Yes, it's been a few years." Today, he wore a sky-blue robe with moon gauze on the outside. It was swept up by the wind, cold and lonely. He stood under the eaves and didn't care about the wind and rain soaking his clothes. The first time I met her, it was also raining. It was the third day I had just arrived in Jiangnan. It was different from the capital. The rain in Jiangnan came without warning. One moment the sky was high and far, the next moment it was drizzling like cotton. I had just arrived in Jiangnan and was completely unprepared. I was drenched from head to toe. I hurriedly looked for shelter and accidentally bumped into her. She was holding a lotus leaf, and the green plum blossoms were scattered on the ground. The paper umbrella was also swept away by the wind. Her hair was wet and she stared at me and yelled for compensation. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he fell into a distant memory. Coincidentally, I didn't bring my purse that day and couldn't find a single copper coin on me. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to ask her to follow me back to the inn to withdraw money. She suddenly took 3 steps back and looked at me suspiciously. Are you going to tell me that I'm really ashamed and didn't bring any money and that I'll have to trouble Miss to come back with me to get some money? I said, how did you guess? She sneered and looked at me, then shouted, come quickly, gentlemen. There's someone here who looks like a human and a dog. He's a kidnapper. I was stunned. Then, I saw more than a dozen villagers surrounding me with wooden sticks and poles. They wanted to take me to the yamen. I tried to explain, but no one believed me. When I turned around, she had already run away. Then I was locked up in the yamen for a night. It was too embarrassing. I've never. He shook his head and laughed softly. His jade-like face was especially handsome. She could tell that being locked up in the yamen was very hard, but his memories were very sweet. Ning Shu, who was in the audience, was also affected by his emotions. Her lips curved into a smile. The second time we met was also an accident. That day, I made an appointment with a new friend to give him a painting to admire. We met at Brocade Weaving Pavilion. That day, there were many guests at Brocade Weaving Pavilion. As I was walking down the stairs, I was pushed by someone. I lost my grip on the painting and fell down the stairs. Just as I was worried that I might lose the painting, I heard a clear scream from downstairs. I stood at the top of the stairs and looked down. A woman wearing a scarlet dress was holding the painting in one hand and covering her head with the other. She was crying out in pain. When I looked down at her, she also looked up at me. I recognized her at a glance. It was her again. Ning Shu smiled faintly. It seems that it was fate. Yes. Although I've read thousands of books, I've never believed that there's such a thing as the golden wind and the jade dew. When they meet, it's better than countless things in the world. But at that moment, I knew that it was fate. Because of the pain, her eyes were red. She glared at me with anger and grievance. I don't know why, but my heart didn't know how to beat. I hurriedly ran down the stairs to apologize to her. She said, "Why is it you again, you kidnapper? Why did your master let you out to harm people?" I tried my best to explain to her, I'm really not a kidnapper. Last time, you misunderstood. This time, I'll pay for all your medical expenses. Then I went to look for my purse, but it was gone. I thought that the person on the stairs might have been a pickpocket who deliberately bumped into me to steal money. Helpless, I could only tell her, I'll give you this painting as compensation. She opened her eyes wide. I thought you were a kidnapper, but I didn't expect you to be a swindler. How much can a tattered painting be worth? She thought for a moment and said, forget it. It's better than nothing. At least I can sell it for 3 or 5 copper coins. I chased after her and asked for her name. She said, my name is Bad Luck when I meet you. I'll have to trouble you to stay away from me. Later, I found out that she didn't sell the painting. Because when she opened it, she found that the painting was of her. After that, I found out that she was an unregistered courtesan at Brocade Weaving Pavilion. She asked for money because several of the girls in the pavilion caught a cold. The brothel mistress wouldn't give her a single copper coin. Ning Shu listened attentively and asked, and then? His expression suddenly became complicated. Another bolt of lightning came from the horizon, and the rain became even heavier. His clothes were completely soaked, but he didn't care at all. After a long time, he closed his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling. She's dead. Chapter 70. Eldest young master, the medicine is ready. The voice of the housekeeper mother sounded. Yunruohui quickly pulled himself out of the memory. He nodded to Ning Shu and went into the room to feed the medicine to Cloud Leaf. When he stepped over the threshold, Yunruohui accidentally slipped. A small portrait suddenly floated out of his sleeve and was rolled up by the wind. His face changed greatly. He was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly chased after it, my painting. Fortunately, a hand rushed in time to catch it before it fell into the water. Yunruohui solemnly thanked Ning Shu. After carefully putting it away, he went back to the room to take the medicine that had just been boiled in the hands of the maidservant. He personally fed the medicine to Cloud Leaf. His eyes were gentle and his expression was very careful. Ning Shu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If she didn't see it wrong, the small portrait just now was of a woman's back. The bracelet on the woman's wrist was exactly the same as the one she saw in the brothel yesterday. She turned her head and looked at Yunruohui seriously through the delicate pattern on the window lattice. When he was recalling the memory just now, his eyes were full of warmth. But when he said, "She is dead," his expression was very complicated. There was regret, remorse, and even resentment. It wasn't towards others, but towards her. After more than half an hour, the rain finally stopped. A shallow rainbow hung in the sky, and the sun also drilled through the clouds. The whole capital was bustling with people coming and going as usual. Not long after, Forsythia and Hui Mo came back from outside. Lian Chao said, "I have found the leader of the troop." She said that 2 years ago, it was indeed the third prince's residence who bought the entire troop. After that, she did not have any contact with the girls in the troop. Hui Mo said, the Ministry of Revenue said that they checked the records of the year before last. They didn't receive any note from Prince Ku. The Jingji government also asked, but they didn't find it either. Ning Shu frowned. Then how did she know that the person she was looking for was dead? It was futile to think about this now, so Ning Shu put it aside and said, "Brother Hui Mo, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yunfei's current condition later. As for the Phoenix Terrace that your master mentioned, let's go after nightfall." Okay. Yunruohui's robe was wet. After feeding the medicine, he went to change his clothes. While no one was paying attention, Hui Mo immediately pulled up his troublesome skirt and knelt in front of Cloud Leaf's bed. And began to feel his pulse. First, he lifted his eyelids, observed his lips and tongue, and then took out a silver needle and pricked his fingertip. He said with certainty, "His eyes are cloudy, his tongue is green and sluggish. His vision and taste senses are damaged." After pricking his fingertip, he did not move at all. Only after a while did he have a weak reaction. His sense of touch is slow. As for his sense of smell and hearing, he is unconscious. He pressed his hand on Cloud Leaf's internal organs. But his internal organs are damaged. His meridians are blocked. It's similar to my master's, but it's more serious. He vomits blood frequently. Is it because his body is weak? Finally, he pulled open Cloud Leaf's lapel and carefully looked at Cloud Leaf's neck. The shape, color, and position of the 4 plum blossoms are exactly the same as the one on my master's neck. It should be the kiss of the plum blossoms. His condition is stable, but I'm afraid it's too late to save him. Ning Shu immediately flattered him and smiled. Brother Huimo, you're really good at both the pen and the sword. You're very skillful. Huimo was very proud. You haven't seen my master. He's omnipotent. My autopsy, Shi Yan's sharpness, Tian Wen's 10 lines at a glance, Jussi's strategy, and so on were all taught by him. Compared with my master, my insignificant skills are not enough. If it weren't for, Ning Shu guessed the second half of his sentence should be, if it weren't for last year, his eyes would no longer be able to see. He had long expected that he would gradually lose his 5 senses in the future. It was as if his hands were broken and his eyes were blind. So, he planned in advance. He dismantled all his talents one by one and taught the people around him. He let them be his eyes, his brain, his elbows, and even the knife to dissect himself after he died. Someone tried to control his life with poison, so he worked hard to take back the control from the other party. Such a temperament, such tenacity. From being complete strangers to seeing him for the first time, Ning Shu expressed her heartfelt respect for that man. It's just, she reached out and touched her neck, which was still painful. She was very resentful. He was too cruel and merciless. Poor her delicate skin. Tomorrow, there will be a big bruise. Huimo finished the autopsy and was about to put the cloud leaf back to its original state. Suddenly, he saw Cloud Leaf's hair. He was surprised in his heart and pushed Cloud Leaf's hair aside. Suddenly, he caught a few very small red dots at the root of Cloud Leaf's hair. He wondered, what's this? When he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly heard the housekeeper of the House of Yun rushing in to report. It's terrible. It's terrible. Lady Ning, Feng, Phoenix Terrace Empress Zhou, has appeared. Chapter 71. 25 years ago, Phoenix Terrace was built with gold and jade. It cost millions of silver, not to mention the dendrobium pearls shipped from Donghai, the top spices, jade and jewelry from the western region, and various rare animals, stones and herbs from the 4 prefectures of 9 regions. Back then, the Phoenix stage was so glorious that it was like an intoxicating fairyland. But now, dusk was about to fall, and the last rays of light shone through the sky. When the last trace of afterglow shone, the immortals would hold flowers, and the sun and moon would replace each other. Ning Shu stepped on the dark slate and looked at the crumbling ruins in front of her. It was as if she had entered a huge and barren tomb, and every corner seemed to be hiding ghosts. It had just rained, and everything was wet. The tip of her nose seemed to smell the thick smoke of the monstrous fire decades ago. I really saw it. It's her. Empress Zhou really came back. Her ghost was floating in the air just now. Thousands of people knelt in front of Phoenix Terrace and kowtowed in panic. The leader of the elders pointed at the charred ruins in front of him with a trembling hand. Empress Zhou came back for revenge. The capital city is going to be finished, and the world is going to be in chaos. Yes, 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 we all saw it. Everyone is going to be finished. The crowd burst into sobs of fear. Standing outside the crowd, Huimo couldn't help but frown and whisper, one person may be lying. But hundreds of people saw it. It doesn't look fake. Ning Shu raised her head and quietly looked at the buildings that were currently charred. From left to right, from the flower washing pavilion that had been burned to the point where only its frame was left, to the towering Jai Xinglu, and then to the Phoenix stage hidden behind the eerie shadow of the trees, His Majesty and Her Majesty are here. With a long shout, hundreds of Yongchengwei came with swords and dispersed the crying crowd. Get out of the way. Keep quiet. Kneel down to welcome him. They didn't expect that the news would attract His Majesty. Ning Shu and Huimo followed the crowd and knelt down. Wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, the Emperor and the Empress walked out of the dragon and phoenix carriage with a cold expression. The Emperor was close to 50 years old. In the past few years, there had been news that he was ill, but the majesty of the Emperor for many years still made him look dignified, especially at this moment. We will see where the vengeful spirit is. He pushed away the Empress's support and personally walked into the abandoned garden. He scanned the surroundings. Where are the ghosts? Where are the ghosts? Do you have the ability to appear in front of me? Under the escort of the guards, he walked around but did not see a single shadow. A mocking expression appeared on the Emperor's face. He looked at the charred phoenix terrace and then at the terrified people kneeling on the ground. The flesh at the corner of his mouth trembled. He said coldly and angrily, "Today, I am here. Whoever dares to make irresponsible remarks and sneak around will be killed without mercy." The commoners all closed their mouths tightly in fear, no longer daring to use strange means to protect their heads. But just as the Emperor finished speaking, a commoner in the crowd suddenly pointed and said, "Ah, ah, 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 ah. It's here again. It's there." Ning Shu's gaze immediately followed the direction he was pointing at. Indeed, she saw that in front of the charred phoenix stage, there was a faint ghostly figure floating in the void. She couldn't see the figure's face clearly, but it really did seem to be wearing a phoenix robe. Especially the phoenix robe with thousands of tassels made of pearls at the end. It was extremely beautiful. At this moment, even Ning Shu was shocked by this scene. Her pupils suddenly shrank. The elder who had been crying immediately fell to the ground. "It really is Empress Zhou. I saw her when Phoenix Terrace was completed. At that time, she was wearing that phoenix robe with tassels." With a shout, tens of thousands of people wailed. Everyone began to panic. "Your Majesty!" The Empress suddenly cried out. The surrounding eunuchs and guards immediately put the Emperor into the dragon carriage to send him back to the palace. The other guards all rushed to catch the female ghost. The sky quickly darkened. The ghost figure floated and scattered. As if it had sensed the people who came to catch her, it also quickly disappeared. The Empress stood in place. She narrowed her strict phoenix eyes and searched the crowd. She shouted, "Where is Ning Shu?" Ning Shu, who was called out, wailed in her heart. She braced herself and walked through the crowd to kneel in front of the Empress. She heard the Empress bend down and angrily whisper in her ear, "I don't accept that ghosts are causing trouble. There must be someone who is causing trouble to my court. If you can't get to the bottom of this matter, then you will be the murderer of this case. Do you hear me?" With a numb scalp, Ning Shu bowed her head and replied, "My daughter understands." Chapter 72. 10 days later, the Golden Buddha will come to the capital. If you haven't solved the case by then, you can only use your blood as the first gift to welcome the Golden Buddha. After saying this, the Empress went back to the palace under the escort of the palace maids and bodyguards. The thousands of Dragon City guards who had received the order to disperse the crowd. Everyone was ordered not to talk nonsense, but if a drop of cold water was poured into a pot of oil, how could such a big movement be covered up? The news would be spread all over the capital tonight. "You are so unlucky." Hui Mo looked at her with a pitiful gaze. "You have the reputation of being a jinx to the 9 clans. Now that such a thing has happened at Phoenix Stage, there is no one in the entire capital who is more suitable to take the blame than you." Ning Shu touched her knee, which was painful because of kneeling, and didn't say anything. "You took the blame yourself. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're so lucky." Hui Mo crossed his arms and continued to mutter. He had been used to women's clothes these days. He had become immune to the 2 lumps on his chest. Sometimes he deliberately squeezed them more. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She squinted at him. Do you want to have dinner first? Why? Because you are going to do the autopsy later. Hui Mo blinked and asked curiously, how do you know? Empress Zhou burned herself to death. In order to create the perfect scene of Empress Zhou's resurrection, there must be the same dead body. Ning Shu shrugged and said, by the way, I remember there is a delicious meat pie nearby. You can get 2 if you buy it now. It will be sold out later. Hui Mo thought for a moment and felt that what she said was very reasonable. He quickly went to buy some meat pies and wrapped them in oil paper. When he was about to put them into his mouth, he heard the bodyguards who had been searching shouted, there is a dead body here. Is it little Empress Zhou? Hui Mo opened his mouth and paused. Ning Shu smiled and took the meat pies from his arms. She said, young hero, let's go. The sky was already dark. Yong Chengwei had lit up lanterns all over the place. The corpse was found at the highest point of Zhai Xinglu, which was beside Phoenix Terrace. Compared to Phoenix Terrace, which had been completely burned into ruins, Zhai Xinglu wasn't too badly damaged. However, the doors and windows had long rotted away, leaving the place empty and leaking air everywhere. As soon as Hui Mo went upstairs, he stepped on the puddle beside the threshold. He quickly jumped over. Why is the puddle so serious? The guard who found the corpse said, perhaps it was the rain that came in this afternoon. Lady Ning, the body is over there. Actually, Ning Shu had already discovered it without him saying anything. A charred corpse was hanging in the middle of this floor. A blood-red ribbon was wrapped around the corpse's neck, and the other end of the corpse was hanging from the ceiling beam. The light from the lantern shone on it, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The corpse was neatly dressed in the pearl phoenix robe that was rumored to be worth tens of thousands of gold. Hui Mo said, wow, it's so expensive. Then he shook his head and said, ah, it's too tragic. Then he began to take off his clothes. Ning Shu held her forehead and hurriedly sent the guards away. She leaned closer and whispered, don't forget that you are a girl now. Hui Mo said without hesitation, what are you afraid of? I have several layers inside. Then he pulled out a few hairpins from his hair and took out a very sharp knife. Then he used the knife to cut open the interlayer of his clothes and took out a set of dissecting tools. He tore the clothes and quickly made a cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Then he dug in his chest and took out a few balls of raw garlic. Ning Shu was shocked. You. Chapter 73. Hui Mo takes a stone and starts to grind the garlic and soak it in the cloth. He says complacently, how can I not take it with me? It took me 2 days to come up with this secret book. I won't teach it to anyone else. Isn't it smart? Ning Shu wanted to say that he didn't mind the smell, but after thinking about it, she decided to keep her mouth shut. She took the gloves and the cloth towel soaked in garlic juice from his hands and put it on. She helped him carefully carry the corpse down and lay it flat on a platform without any water. The body has been dead for a long time. There is a dizzying smell coming from it. Hui Mo goes to the door and takes a deep breath. He comes back and squats in front of the body. He says, excuse me. Then he starts to work. 6 feet 3 inches tall. She was not raped before she died. The cause of death is that she was stabbed in the heart. The knife went right through her heart. She didn't show any signs of struggle. Ning Shu listens to him and analyzes, did you find any traces of knockout drugs in her mouth, throat, or intestines? No. The murderer was either a very strong man who could control her without any resistance and then stab her to death. Or he suddenly swung the knife when she was unprepared. The knife went right through her, indicating that it was very likely to be someone she knew, which was why she was so unguarded. Or it was the last one. Which one? The ghost of Empress Zhou enchanted her mind. Huimo trembles when he hears this. It was one thing for others to say, but he had seen it with his own eyes. The ghostly figure floating in the void was too real, and he couldn't help but believe it. He quickly shakes his head to shake the horrible scene out of his mind. He lowers his head to untie the phoenix robe on the body. The victim was burned after she died. Her face was burned the most. According to the weather and the decay of the body, she died less than a month ago. Her phoenix robe is intact, but there is a lot of dust on it. Judging from the marks on her neck, she was hung on the beam 2 days ago. Otherwise, her head would have been cut off. Ning Shu looked around carefully and found that there were 4 relatively large puddles on this floor. She frowned and bent down to touch the corpse. She continued, the deceased should have been buried in the ground after death. These days, the murderer noticed that I was investigating this case, so he dug up the corpse and created the strange scene today. He completely blamed this case on Empress Zhou. Let's go out and check later. We should be able to find a piece of land that has just been turned over nearby. As for the fire after her death, it was probably because she didn't want others to find out her identity. Huimo's hands carefully touched the burnt flesh, judging from the growth of the left palm, the phalanges, the wrist bones, the radius and the ulna bones. He should be around 18 or 19 years old, no more than 20 years old. His body is well proportioned, there are calluses on his fingers, but there are no calluses on his palms. I need to clean up the remaining flesh on my face and remodel it with clay. I should be able to recover about 70 to 80% of it. Ning Shu, if there are no calluses on the palms, it means that they don't usually do heavy work. But if there are calluses on the fingertips, it's a characteristic of people who play the zither. She raises her head and looks from the high beam above her head to the broken half of the wall opposite the door. There used to be countless rare treasures here. They were either destroyed in the fire many years ago or stolen by the people who broke in later. Now the walls here are empty except for the grayish-yellow wall in the south. The mural of immortals descending to the earth with stars in their hands is broken and withered. Only half of the wall is left, which is particularly desolate. After looking at it, she goes back to Huimo and squats down. Please open her throat and check if there are any calluses or polyps on her vocal cords. Chapter 74. Ning Shu helped him to stabilize the neck of the corpse. Then Huimo cut the middle of the throat. Although the face of the corpse was badly burned, the throat was deep. Except for the inevitable decay, it was still well preserved. After a while, Huimo nodded, there are calluses. Ning Shu pondered for a moment and showed pity in her eyes. It means that she used her voice too much for a long time and didn't take good care of it. She should be a singer in a brothel. In addition to practicing her voice every day, she also needs to practice some simple instruments. You have to reconstruct the face. But according to the current situation, I think she is the one we have been looking for. Nainu. Nainu. After listening, Huimo looked at the corpse in front of him and his eyes were slightly stunned. They had spent so much effort to find the person who took the initiative to appear in front of them. This feeling was really unpleasant. Although according to their analysis, since the murderer dared to openly display the corpse in front of them, he would definitely not leave any clues. However, the two of them still worked tirelessly to dissect and analyze the corpse thoroughly. The result was that they found nothing. When they came out of Zhai Xinglu, Huimo hurriedly took off the gloves that were stained with rotten meat. He looked up at the moon and felt dizzy, depressed and hungry. The tip of his nose sniffed and suddenly smelled the fragrance of the food beside him. He looked and saw Ning Shu taking out the oiled paper bag that contained the meat patty and was eating heartily. Just as he was about to ask for a piece, he suddenly noticed that there was a piece of meat in the middle of the meat patty that was bitten. He could see that the shop was very serious when making the pies. Every piece of meat was finely chopped and mixed together with a secret sauce. Even if it was cold, he could still smell the tempting fragrance. But, when he thought of the burnt and rotten meat on the corpse, Wee Mo's stomach suddenly turned. Just now you and I examined the corpse together. How can you still eat it? You are simply... Although he had examined many corpses and had seen blood on his hands, he had never eaten in front of a corpse. Even when Shitzi taught him how to dissect corpses in the prince's mansion, he just distinguished the bones while Shitzi drank tea. He had never eaten anything. This woman was too terrifying. Ning Shu took a step forward and put a piece of meat pie in front of him. What's wrong with this? If they really forced someone into a corner, there would be people who would eat them up. Didn't you say you were hungry before the autopsy? Here, I'll give you a piece. I wrapped it quite tightly and it's still warm. It's especially fragrant. Hurry up and have a taste. Leave me far. Be careful. Looking at Wee Mo running away, Ning Shu smiles evilly. Young man, you have to pay the price for mocking others. Have you learned that? She finished eating the meat loaf and was about to clap her hands and step out of the gate of this desolate garden when she suddenly felt a slight wind rushing towards the back of her head. She lowered her head and 3 darts pierced into the tree trunk in front of her. She didn't have time to react before another 3 followed. Ning Shu sucked in a breath. Just when the 3 darts were about to pierce through Ning Shu's chest, Wee Mo flew quickly and threw out the last piece of garlic that he didn't use just now. Then his body was like a whirlwind in front of Ning Shu. 3 darts, 1 was hit by the garlic in his chest, 1 was kicked away by his foot, and the last one was caught between his teeth. Wee Mo kneeled on the ground with 1 knee, tilted his head and spat out the dart that he caught with his teeth. A crisp sound. There was a rustling sound in the dark shadow of the tree in the distance. When Wee Mo rushed over, the other party had already escaped. Picking up the darts on the ground and placing them in her palm, Ning Shu narrowed her eyes and said, "Looks like we have to be faster." Chapter 75. On Phoenix Terrace, the ghost of Empress Zhou appeared in front of His Majesty. On the top floor of Zhai Xinglu, a charred corpse in a phoenix robe appeared. These 2 pieces of news spread throughout the capital overnight. An oppressive and fearful atmosphere pervaded the capital. Even the number of people on the streets had decreased significantly. Children were locked up at home, afraid that they would run around and be possessed by resentful ghosts, becoming the second corpse to be hung on Zhai Xinglu. Buddhist temples and Taoist temples in the capital were crowded with people. They were all fighting to buy willow water, charms, and other items to ward off evil spirits. Even Bai Shaoxing, who had always been a joker in Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon Tower, became serious because of the female ghost. The name I didn't dare to say that day was Empress Zhou. I didn't expect that the more I didn't dare to say, the more it would happen. I heard the news from the palace that the Golden Buddha would enter the capital in 9 days. His Majesty was going to welcome the Golden Buddha into Wanfo Temple and let the light of the Golden Buddha shine on the entire capital from Mount Xiang. But this plan was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Empress Zhou's resentful ghost. His Majesty has now decided to suppress the Golden Buddha on Phoenix Terrace to disperse the resentful ghost. Will Consort Wen participate? Of course. I really hope that Consort Wen, the reincarnation of Guanyin, can use her Buddha's light to suppress the ghost in Phoenix Terrace. Don't let the female ghost run out and kill people again. Did you see the ghost yesterday? I saw it. My house is nearby. It's too scary. I didn't see it when it first appeared. When I heard that His Majesty went, I ran to see it. I saw with my own eyes that His Majesty had just said, "I'm here today. Whoever dares to talk nonsense and do evil will be killed without mercy." It didn't take long for the female ghost to appear and float in the air. Thousands of pairs of eyes saw her. She was wearing a phoenix robe that was burnt black. I could faintly hear the ghost's cry. Even His Majesty fainted from fright. Ever since that ghost shadow appeared, our group of people moved out overnight. Now, we are all staying at our relatives' houses. I don't know if we can escape this disaster. Could the charred corpse in the phoenix robe be Empress Zhou's punishment for us for not believing in her? Sigh. I'm afraid this year won't be a peaceful one. May the gods and Buddhas bless us, may the heavens bless us. After leaving Chasing Cloud and Moon Chasing Pavilion, Ning Shu sat in Xiahou Qing's carriage, slowly traveling through the bustling Easter market. Ning Shu lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. Only half of the stalls that had filled the entire street were left, and the crowd that had stood shoulder to shoulder had also disappeared. There were only a few people in front of the magic booth. The booth owner didn't get any reward for performing a few magic tricks, so he sat on the side in frustration. Ning Shu looked for a while and asked Jussi to stop the carriage. She put on her veiled hat and jumped down from the carriage. She walked to the stall owner and said, "Stall owner, I saw you perform a few magic tricks when I passed by your shop earlier, especially that empty cage of birds. I saw with my own eyes that your cage was empty. When you covered it with a black cloth and blew on it with fairy air, several birds came out of it. It was really amazing. I went back and pondered for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. I scratched my ears and cheeks for several days. I just want to ask you what the secret of this magic trick is." The booth owner smiled and said, "This is the craft passed down from my master. If I tell you, I can only eat the northwest wind." Ning Shu laughed, clear and carefree, like a delicate young lady raised in a boudoir. She was incomparably innocent. "Booth owner, don't worry. I won't steal your bowl of rice. I'm just satisfying my curiosity and going back to play by myself. If you can tell me, I'll pay you well." Chapter 76. The stall owner saw that she was dressed luxuriously and didn't seem like someone who was secretly learning from others. He also saw the small ingot of gold in her palm and immediately smiled. "Actually, this magic trick is also difficult. It requires a long time of practice and refinement before it can become vivid and not be seen through. It's not difficult, but it's not difficult either. It's just a trick and a clever idea. Let's take the empty cage as an example. Actually, this cage was specially made. There was another layer below, and in the middle, there was a small mechanism. When I covered the cage with the black cloth, my hand took the opportunity to press the mechanism, and the few birds that were hiding in the lower layer came up. When I removed the black cloth, wouldn't the trick be completed? My mechanism is very secretive and the audience won't come close to look. Naturally, they won't find anything. So that's how it is. What a clever idea. So the so-called magic tricks and illusions are nothing more than this. It's a success if you deceive people's eyes, right?" Ning Shu clapped her hands and praised. "Haha, yes, yes, yes. Miss is really smart." Ning Shu smiled sweetly and said, "Stall owner, my grandmother is celebrating her birthday next month. She also likes magic tricks very much. Can you teach me a few more tricks so that I can make her happy during the birthday banquet?" After receiving the ingot of gold, the stall owner was very enthusiastic. "Tell me what kind of magic trick you want to learn. Can you make flowers out of paper or flying peaches? I can also teach you the spirit monkey birthday banquet." Ning Shu said crisply, "She is a follower of Guanyin goddess. I want to make a Guanyin goddess's image in the air. Do you have any good ideas? In the air? Yes. The stall owner showed a bitter smile. If I know what you want, I don't need to set up a stall here. I can just go to a Buddhist temple and become a senior monk. You are making it too difficult for me. Even my ancestor didn't have this ability. Ning Shu didn't have much hope. She thanked the stall owner and turned to get into the carriage. She shook her head at Xiahou Qing and said, I didn't get anything out of him. She picked up a cup of tea and moistened her throat. Her smile was slightly bitter. From last night until this morning, 3,000 Yongchengwei have searched the entire Phoenix Terrace, but they couldn't find the mystery behind the appearance of the ghost shadow. Even if it was really a magic trick, it was too seamless and difficult to understand. Based on the current situation, Empress Shou's ghost is probably the most plausible explanation. In front of her, Xiahou Qing slowly ground the bones in his palm and leisurely said, When I was 10 years old, my first plum blossom petal grew on the side of my neck. Father was furious and personally investigated the entire prince's mansion 3 times. He didn't find any problems. In the end, he beat my 8 closest bodyguards to death one by one. The remaining 86 people in my courtyard were all replaced, but he still couldn't prevent the second plum blossom petal from growing on the side of my neck when I was 17 years old. So far, I don't know how many batches of bodyguards have been replaced, but they still couldn't find the person who poisoned me. Even my father, after being mentally and physically exhausted, muttered to himself, Is there really a ghost in this world that can come and go without a trace? That's why this matter can be done so flawlessly. He sneered and asked, Do you think I believe it? Ning Shu slowly shook her head and answered, No. If he believed it, he wouldn't drag his sick body to the capital and wouldn't be standing in front of her at this moment. He also wouldn't spend so much effort to train Hui Mo, Shi Yan, and the others to be his eyes, mouth, hands, and brain, his left and right arms. He also wouldn't pin his hopes on a complete stranger like her and waste time with her. Xiahou Qing's knuckles knocked on the small table. Last night, someone wanted to kill you. I think this is good news. Yes. Ning Shu also agreed. Chapter 77. Outside the carriage, Hui Mo, who was walking slowly with the carriage, frowned in confusion. How could an assassination be a good thing? Last night, if he or Lady Ning didn't react in time, Lady Ning would have died in Phoenix Terrace. He continued to listen while looking around vigilantly. Ning Shu's voice was soft and firm. Originally, the other party made Empress Shou's ghost appear in front of thousands of people yesterday. It was a very good move. When I saw that scene, even I was stunned. This move was simply wonderful. But his mistake was that he didn't restrain himself and took the opportunity to kill me. Instead, he revealed a flaw. This means that I have been investigating Nainu's matter and dissecting Nainu's body, which made him feel threatened. It also made me start to suspect. I always thought that the center of this case was Cloud Leaf. Maybe I was wrong. Nainu is the most important part, and Cloud Leaf was only poisoned because he accidentally saw the process of her death. Xiahou Qing was silent for a moment, apparently thinking about her words. How many suspects do you have? Ning Shu slowly said, At present, there are 2 things that can be confirmed. First, Nainu and Yun Ruohui must have a deep and confidential relationship. Yesterday, when he said in the nightmare, Don't blame me, you shouldn't have come, Nian, the word after that should be the word slave. There is also the small portrait in his sleeve to prove it. Second, the opera troupe that Nainu was in 2 years ago was bought by the 3rd Prince Xiao Yunyan. After that, more than a dozen girls in the troupe didn't have any contact with the troupe leader. What happened to those girls is worth investigating. Xiahou Qing nodded and said in a clear voice, Investigate it as soon as possible. I hope you won't waste the life that I saved you before. Ning Shu also had the same idea. The morning bell of the 7th day had already rung. Whether it was the time she promised Madame Yun or the time to meet the Golden Buddha, there were less than 9 days left. Following their analysis, the carriage soon stopped in front of the Nanping mansion. Ning Shu put on her veiled hat and followed him into the mansion. This time, the treatment was much better than last time. Xiahou Qing magnanimously sent Zhou Si and Hui Mo to help her move all the files in the third prince's residence and read them together with her. Zhou Si is worthy of being taught by Xiahou Qing to read 10 lines at a glance. He flips through the files very fast. Ning Shu is not much slower than him. Soon, the files they have read are piled up in front of them. Only Hui Mo begins to feel dizzy after flipping through a few books. Shouldn't investigating a case be something cool and heroic? I watched the great detectives in the drama. As soon as they appeared on the scene, their eyes would sweep around the crime scene a few times. Then, they would pinch their fingers and immediately pinch the murderer. Why do we keep drowning in all kinds of files and files? Ning Shu's eyes continued to work. She diverted some of her attention to him and comforted him with a smile. That's why it's just a drama. Most of the solving process of a case requires a lot of time to search for clues. This process is destined to be boring. Especially the older the case, the harder it is to find clues. This is even more important. In this dynasty, the princes can leave the palace and open a mansion after they are crowned at the age of 15. The files in the third prince's residence are only 5 years old. It's not a long time. Be patient. Hui Mo let out a depressed sigh and then calmed down. The hall quickly returned to silence. Except for the sound of several people flipping through the books, there was only the sound of Xiahou Qing's fingertips playing chess. Ning Shu watched from 7 in the morning until noon. When she was tired, she raised her head and twisted her sore neck. Then, she looked at Xiahou Qing who was sitting under the window. The bright light outside the window jumped in through the window lattice and quietly went through the bead curtain. It fell on his face and clearly reflected the curve of his side profile on the wall. In front of him was a white jade chessboard. There were 19 horizontal and vertical lines on the chessboard. There were 361 intersection points. He held white in his left hand and black in his right hand. He placed chess pieces one by one on the chessboard without any delay. Ning Shu was amazed and blinked her eyes. Then, she looked at Hui Mo and Zhou Si who were quite calm. It seemed that this scene was rare and ordinary. She thought for a while and guessed that Xiahou Qing was born with an amazing memory. Remembering the layout of the chessboard was just a small matter. Even if God's favored son was blind, he would never allow himself to be disabled. This man was really respectable and scary. Ning Shu thought about her neck. It was still hateful. Chapter 78. After cursing in her heart, Ning Shu continued with what she was doing. The three of them worked together, so they saved a lot of time. After a simple lunch, they filtered out all the files related to the girls in the opera troupe. In 2 years, out of the 24 girls, 15 died. When the results came out, Hui Mo frowned in confusion. How could so many die? He checked again. The time of death was Heaven's Choice Year 23, November 11th, Heaven's Choice Year 24, January 6th, Heaven's Choice Year 24, April 2nd, and so on. Except for the high death rate, he couldn't find any pattern. It felt like an accident. Ning Shu frowned slightly. Her eyes fell on these files for a long time. Then she pursed her lips and said, I'll have to trouble you two to find me the files of the death records of the maids in the third prince's mansion. I don't need all of them. Just find some for me. The two nodded and said, yes. They didn't have time to rest and continued to work. Just now, they flipped through the files and had some impressions. Soon, they gathered a pile of files. Ning Shu's calm gaze swept past the densely packed words. Her eyes quickly lit up as she read out a few lines. Look here, on the 27th day of the 10th month of the 23rd year of Heaven selection, maid Shui Lian passed away due to illness. November 11th, year 23, Qin Fong accidentally fell into the water and died. November 24th, year 23, maid Xiao Yu died of an epidemic disease. December 8th, year 23. Hui Mo was still puzzled, but Jiu Si had already seen through the mystery, since 3 years ago, every 13 or 14 days, there will be a maid in the third prince's mansion who died of illness or accidents. Ning Shu nodded. The third prince's residence is so big. There are hundreds of servants who serve him. Every year, a dozen or 20 of them die in various accidents. It's not a lot. If they commit a big crime, the master will kill dozens of them in a fit of anger. However, the problem is that the time of death is basically 14 days. Among them, it cleverly avoids important days such as His Majesty's birthday and the Empress Dowager's Memorial Day. This can't be described as mere coincidence. She was so thirsty that she picked up a cup of water from the table and drank it. She continued, in addition, the death rate of the maids is especially high. I compared the death rate of the maids and the male servants in the same period of time. 7 maids died, but only 2 servants died. One of them was even older. Just from these data, we can see that the third prince's residence is full of mysteries. Xiahou Qing threw the unfinished chess piece into the jar and said slowly, if too many people die at once, it will inevitably attract unnecessary attention and some speculations. So he arranged a reasonable cause of death for everyone in advance, as well as the time of death. Hui Mo finally understood the mystery of the date and asked, but, even if he arranged the time in advance, what if too many people died at once? Stay in the mansion and let it stink. Ning Shu shook her head and said, don't forget, it is the third prince's mansion. There must be an ice cellar. After people die, they will be pulled into the ice cellar. After a few days, it is not difficult to move them out of the ice cellar and bury them. Moreover, before people die, he can send them out of the mansion in advance with some excuse. After a few days, he can report to the Ministry of Revenue. After people die, they will be buried in the soil. In the end, who will know who died and when they died? Even if the relatives of individual maids raise doubts, the people who can sell their daughters once will naturally sell them a second time for gold and silver. Many women from poor families, if they can be chosen to work in the third prince's mansion, they should burn incense. But who knows that the magnificent palace is actually a demon's den that eats people? Just thinking about it made people feel cold all over. Chapter 79. Her throat was already uncomfortable, and after speaking so much, the young girl's sweet voice sounded a bit hoarse, making people who heard it feel thirsty. Xiahou Qing reached out to pick up the cup of tea that he had just placed on the table, but he suddenly discovered that the cup had moved and the water inside was empty. He slightly wrinkled his brows and pressed his thumb on the cup, his face unnatural for a moment. But that unnaturalness came and went quickly. He calmly moved the cup to the side and said in a low voice, when will the next damned person from the third prince's residence be? Ning Shu calculated in her mind and said, it should be within these 2 days. In these few days, I will arrange for people to take turns guarding outside the third prince's residence to see if they can catch any clues. However, I am afraid that the matter of Phoenix Terrace will be exposed, so the third prince's residence will be temporarily restrained. Then it will all depend on luck. Xiahou Qing said, you said before that before Nina disappeared, she left her family's heirloom bracelet with the procuress. If we put some effort into it, we might be able to find some clues. Ning Shu nodded, I also have the same idea. Moreover, Chun Yang asked me before, so I should give her an explanation. After putting on her veiled hat, Ning Shu took Hui Mo and left, preparing to go to the moon-seizing lake again. Wait. The voice of the person behind her interrupted her movement to leave. Ning Shu looked back at him in surprise, thinking that he still had something to say. But she saw that he suddenly threw a small jade-colored porcelain box in his palm. She caught it, and Xiao Qing seemed to be calm as he said, this is an ointment to promote blood circulation and disperse blood stasis. Take it and use it. She touched the porcelain box in her palm. It wasn't too cold, and it seemed to still have the residual warmth of his palm. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, is this an apology from your highness for strangling my neck yesterday? Ha, it was rare for the cold as ice his highness to feel guilty. Xiao Qing pursed his lips and seemed to feel that the air in the hall was a little stagnant. He stretched out his finger and lifted a corner of the bead curtain. He frowned and said coldly to the window, you're thinking too much. I just feel that your voice is not as strong as before. It's hard to listen to you. Ning Shu couldn't help but sneer. Heh, men. After Ning Shu left, Xiao Qing sat silently in front of the table under the window. The begonia outside the window bloomed just right. A pink and white petal quietly crept in and floated to the side of his hand. It was like a light kiss, but also like the foot of a dragonfly brushing across the surface of a lake, creating a ripple. A moment later, Xiao Qing said, Jussi, take this tea set out and smash it. Jussi was stunned for a moment. His eyes fell on the tea set. He suddenly realized what had happened and immediately said, yes. Then he stepped forward, tidied up the tea set, and turned around to take it out. He raised his hand and was about to smash the first cup. But he heard His Highness's voice again, wait. Through the window, Jussi felt that His Highness's calm voice seemed to be mixed with a trace of irritation, put it away. Don't let me see it again. He looked down at his nose at his mouth, and his mouth at his heart. He didn't interrupt and respectfully replied, yes. After leaving the Nanping mansion, they got on their own carriage. Hui Mo drove the carriage to the west of the city. Ning Shu leaned on the soft cushion to rest for a while. While she was half asleep, the carriage suddenly stopped. Ning Shu was caught off guard and woke up. She was about to ask what happened. Hui Mo lifted a corner of the curtain and whispered, it seems to be the fifth princess's carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, a mama came over. Is it the eldest miss of the Ning family? Our princess invites you. The fifth princess. She didn't remember having any dealings with this princess. She thought it was because of the case. Ning Shu rubbed her swollen temples and put on a model smile to get off the carriage to greet her. Chapter 80. Fifth Princess Xiao Chongyue was the eldest daughter of His Majesty. In His Majesty's eyes, her position was different from the other princesses. Since she was young, she didn't like female toys. Instead, she often practiced horseback riding and archery with the princes. Her personality was straightforward, so she was deeply favored by His Majesty. Among the princesses of His Majesty, she was the only one who was allowed to leave the palace frequently. Her carriage was very luxurious and spacious. It was enough to seat 7 or 8 people. Just the luxurious decorations on the inside of the carriage were expensive. His Majesty's favor was evident. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, there was a heroic spirit in her brows that ordinary women didn't have. I heard that Mohu gave the case to you. What have you found out? Ning Shu bowed her head and said, reporting to Princess, Ning Shu is still investigating and hasn't found anything. Xiao Zhangyue sighed, I really hope that this is all man-made and not real. To tell you the truth, ever since I saw the ghost with my own eyes yesterday, Imperial Father's head disease acted up again. He couldn't sleep the whole night and didn't even attend the morning court today. It was only when Consort Wan went to accompany and take care of him that Fu Wang felt better. Right now, not to mention Jing City, even in the palace, there are some people who are anxious. Recently, I often feel uneasy. I'm either sleepy or restless. I keep feeling that something bad is about to happen. Ning Shu said, Princess, please take care of your jade body. Ning Shu will do her best to get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Changyue nodded. Then, she looked at the decorations in the carriage and was lost in thought. After a while, she said, How has he been recently? Thoughts turned in her mind. Ning Shu understood who this heat was referring to. She said, De Gongzi has been taking care of the cloud leaf. He doesn't wear clothes and his fatigue has decreased. However, it's not a big problem. That's good, Xiao Changyue nodded. Then, she looked at her and smiled self-deprecatingly, You've also heard about me? This question was not easy to answer. Ning Shu could only vaguely reply, I've heard a little about it. Xiao Changyue said indifferently, I know that many people outside laugh at me. Even among my brothers and sisters, there are some who talk behind my back. In the entire harem, there are only 2 or 3 people who are willing to understand me. What's wrong with that? I love him with all my heart, so I'm willing to do stupid things for him. It's my own pleasure. On this point, Ning Shu sincerely admired her. Princess is bold and straightforward, not influenced by the secular world's views. Ning Shu admires you. Xiao Changyue held her hand and said, Ning Shu, you and I are both women with bad reputations. Although today is the first time I've seen you, there are many things I want to say to you. Tell me, love at first sight or love over time, which one is easier to have a good ending? Ning Shu thought of her own experience of 7 lives. She believed that she was inferior in the matter of love, so she smiled bitterly and said, No matter if it is love at first sight or love over time, it all depends on the fate of the 2 people. Some people love at first sight as fiercely as their passion fades. After calming down and looking at it again, the past feelings are nothing more than chicken feathers on the ground. There are also people who have been stubbornly holding on for their entire lives, hoping for love over time. In the end, they just treat each other with respect, and even have nothing to say to each other. There are even people who go from their partners to their enemies, fighting to stab the other in the weakest spot. Forgive Ning Shu for being slow-witted and unable to give Princess an answer. She can only think of a sentence my mother taught me, don't force anything. Following her words, Xiao Zhangyue seemed to have thought of something and let out a cold laugh. The same arrogance of the Xiao family was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Imperial Father once told me that I am the imperial daughter, the girl with the best birth in the world. As long as I want something, I should get it. If I am not satisfied, then I will get rid of him. In the past, I always had misgivings about his thoughts. I didn't want to make him unhappy, so I endured and followed his wishes. But he would rather run off to like someone, than like me. Sometimes, I really can't accept this. Chapter 81. Ning Shu looked up at her in surprise and found that Xiao Changyue's eyes were somewhat illusory. She muttered to herself, Don't force anything. But what if I insist? Your Highness. She realized that she had lost her composure and immediately changed the topic. Are you going to the west of the city? Yes. Does your Highness have any orders? Xiao Changyue casually waved her hand. No, you can go do your own thing. I hope to hear the good news of you solving the case as soon as possible. This princess came inexplicably, said a lot of inexplicable words, and then left inexplicably. Ning Shu suspiciously looked at the extravagant carriage. If she didn't hear it wrong, the fifth princess clearly knew who Yun Ruohui's sweetheart was. And her unwillingness and insistence, could it be, let's go to the moon-embracing lake first. Ning Shu put aside her doubts and immediately boarded the carriage. Her eyelids twitched. She always felt that there was no time for such a short delay. Hui Mo immediately waved his whip. When they arrived at the moon-embracing lake, before the carriage had even stopped, Ning Shu's eyes were already stung by the pungent smoke. She couldn't care less and immediately lifted the curtain and jumped down. In the next moment, a huge rock pressed down on her chest. Hundreds of people stood on the shore, lamenting around a burning pleasure boat. In the middle of the crowd, the procuress collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. Chun Yang and the others were also disheveled and dirty. Their faces were covered with black ash and their bodies were wet. It was obvious that they had just escaped from the pleasure boat. Some of the girls were even burned. All of them gathered together like frightened sparrows, crying and weeping. Pushing through the crowd, Ning Shu hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Chun Yang raised her head and recognized her. She tried her best to stop her tears and said, "We were all tidying up our rooms to prepare for the reception of the guests at night. Somehow, the boat suddenly caught fire, and it wasn't just one place. The fire was so strong that we couldn't put it out even if we poured water on it. We had no choice but to jump into the lake to escape, but everything on the boat was gone." Ning Shu's heart was heavy. She bent down and asked, "Do you still have the bracelet that Nainu pawned to Mama?" The procuress cried, "What damned bracelet? It's gone. There was nothing. Everything I had was burned down. My life's work." The girls next to her covered their wounds and cried, "It's not enough that Empress Zhou punished Nainu. How can she vent her anger on us?" On the surface of the lake, the pleasure boat let out a teeth-numbing sound. Like a giant beast that had died of old age, it slowly sank into the lake with flames that engulfed the sky. Other than the pungent smoke, there was nothing left. Looking at what happened in front of her, Ning Shu pressed her lips tightly. The clues left behind by slave Nian were scarce, and now the last direct evidence had sunk to the bottom of the lake. They were still one step too late. How could it be so coincidental? Hui Mo's face was tightly wrinkled. If Fifth Princess hadn't stopped the carriage, we might have made it in time. Ning Shu walked to the lakeside and fished out a floating piece of the deck from the water. She touched it and felt a piece of slippery oil between her fingers. She closed her eyes and went through the series of things that happened just now in her mind again. Then she said softly, "Yes, how could it be so coincidental?" After leaving all the money to Chun Yang and others temporarily, she returned to the residence of Yun. Ning Shu immediately found Zigue. Forsythia is temporarily guarding the residence of Yun. "I have another more important thing to ask you. Immediately go to Qingzhou and help me find the traces of a singer named Nainu in the brothel. I want all the information related to her. It's 1,000 miles away from Qingzhou, but I only have 8 days to give you. I'm afraid that you will have to travel day and night. Please take care of yourself. It's my duty. I'll go now." Zigue shouted. A red horse quickly rushed out of the city gate, stepped on the grass pond that had accumulated rain yesterday, and rushed to the north of Qingzhou. Chapter 82. Eldest Master, do you believe in vengeful spirits? Ning Shu sighed as she stood in front of Cloud Leaf's bed. She suddenly turned to Yun Ruohui and asked. Yun Ruohui frowned and asked, "Lady Ning, why do you suddenly ask?" Do you also believe in the rumor that Empress Zhou took her anger out on Cloud Leaf and harmed him? Ning Shu smiled and shook her head. She pulled back her sleeves and cut off the extra leaves of a begonia. She inserted it into the flower pot beside Cloud Leaf's bed. I've been troubled and unable to sleep for the past few days, so I casually flipped through Taiping Guangji. I was deeply moved when I read 2 stories. The first story was about Jing Xing, who was obsessed with love, who met Li Hua, who valued friendship and righteousness. The 2 of them eventually fell in love and stayed together for the rest of their lives. The second story was about Hua Xiaoyu, who was born of a concubine in the prince's residence. After her father's death, she became a geisha. Unfortunately, she met Li Yi, who was a hypocrite. After she was abandoned, her heart died and she became a vengeful spirit. In order to seek revenge, she wreaked havoc on Li Yi's life. Li Hua and Hua Xiaoyu were both born in the brothel, but their fates were completely different. How could anyone not sigh when they saw such a huge difference in their lives? That's why I asked just now. After arranging the flowers, she dipped her fingers in water and carefully sprinkled it on the petals. She turned to Yun Ruohui and asked, "Eldest master, why do you think these 2 women ended up like this?" Yun Ruohui looked a little absent-minded. Probably because they met different people. Both of them were women who valued friendship and righteousness. It's just that some people are worth entrusting your life to, while others are not. Ning Shu furrowed her brows in distress. Li Yi was a jinshi. In the beginning, he was also affectionate and sweet. Jing Xing, on the other hand, was extravagant and didn't take the imperial examinations. It was only later that he started studying. I really can't tell which one of them is worth entrusting your life to. Maybe it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. Yun Ruohui's voice was a little obscure. Some people don't understand themselves. They think they are reliable, but in the end, they are just useless. Ning Shu nodded her head in agreement. She tilted her head and asked curiously, "What would you do if you met a woman like Li Hua or Hua Xiaoyu?" Yun Ruohui gently lowered her eyes, using her long black eyelashes to cover up the bitterness in her eyes. She forced a smile and said, "People are destined to have boundaries when they are born. Perhaps it was best not to meet people with too much disparity in status in the first place. Even if they did meet, they should not get close to them. It would be better for both parties. No one will disturb anyone, and no one will harm anyone. In the end, no one will hate anyone." Ning Shu sighed. "I remember what young Master Xiao told me before. The woman you were destined to meet unfortunately passed away. In your story, I think she was a very cute woman. My heart is in turmoil, so I would like to take the liberty to ask, why did she pass away, and when did she pass away?" Yun Ruohui's body trembled slightly, and tears vaguely appeared in his eyes. "She died 3 years ago. She died under a bandit's knife." Ning Shu felt a stab in her heart when she saw this. She immediately bowed deeply and said, "I'm sorry. It was my recklessness that brought up young Master Zhao's sad memories. Please forgive me. It's okay. It's all in the past." Yun Ruohui blinked away the tears in his eyes and said with a smile, "I just need to remember that the best of her will always live in my heart. Forgive me for forgetting myself. I'll go clean up first." Yun Ruohui turned to leave, but Ning Shu suddenly said, "Young Master Xiao, there's something you might not know. About 2 hours ago, the 5th princess summoned me to ask about a case." Yun Ruohui suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked, "What did she ask you about?" Chapter 83. She didn't ask anything and only talked for about 15 minutes before ordering me to leave. However, something very strange happened right after. I originally wanted to go to the moon-embracing lake to ask the procuress on the pleasure boat for a piece of evidence, but I was delayed by the fifth princess's question. By the time I arrived, the piece of evidence had already been burned into the lake along with the boat. Does eldest young master feel that this is strange? Ning Shu looked up with a smile and carefully observed every inch of his expression. Yun Ruohui didn't even think, she definitely didn't do this. Without any hesitation. After he finished speaking, he realized that he was a bit agitated and arbitrary. He clenched his fists and then pretended to say unintentionally, "What I mean is, it might just be a coincidence. Her Highness the Princess is noble, why would she burn a pleasure boat for no reason? And if she did it, she didn't have to personally stop you. She could have sent people to cause trouble on the way. That way, no one would suspect her." "I think so too. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence." Ning Shu nodded with a smile and then shook her head, "but the culprit is another unsolved case." Yun Ruohui was silent for a moment and didn't speak. Looking at his departing figure, Ning Shu deeply frowned. She died 3 years ago. Then what was up with Nainu? Or did he deliberately say it to confuse her? This person was too complicated. He was like a combination of contradictions. The sweetness of the memories was real. The resentment when he talked about the death of his sweetheart was real. The anxiousness when he chased after her small portrait was real. Now, when he talked about the regret when he shouldn't have met in the beginning, it was also real, and the fifth princess. His reaction at the time was too fast, completely out of instinct. It was as if he had already determined that it had nothing to do with the fifth princess. But how did he know? And the rumors said that he was heartless to the fifth princess. Why did he exonerate her? His person was exactly the same as the ink-colored landscape on the robe he was wearing today. It was so hazy that she couldn't see through him. After Yun Ruohui left, Forsythia reported the movements of the Yun residents in the past 2 days. "Miss, I've been guarding here for the past few days. I've seen the eldest young master taking care of the cloud leaf with my own eyes. Young master is really doing his best. If this case was really done by him, then this person is too scary. He was a Buddha on one side and a demon on the other. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end." Ning Shu said, "The human heart is something that cannot be guessed. This time it is definitely related to him, but it is not necessarily his doing. You continue to guard here and inform me if there is anything unusual. Tonight, Hui Mo and I will go to the third prince's mansion to try our luck." As it turned out, her luck had not been very good recently. Ning Shu waited outside the third prince's residence for 2 consecutive nights, but she didn't find anything. She didn't go to bed until it was almost dawn. Not long after, she was awakened by the sound of someone knocking on the door. Ning Shu angrily lifted the quilt. She heard Hui Mo outside the door. "My Shitzi invites you. He is outside the mansion." She opened her sore eyes with difficulty and sighed. She forced herself to get up from the bed. Xiahou Qing sat in the carriage and said elegantly, "Wait for me at the 7-mile bridge in the evening." "For what?" Ning Shu just asked and quickly realized which mansion was not far from the 7-mile bridge. Her eyes lit up, the third prince's mansion. Xiahou Qing nodded slightly. "It is not convenient for you to go in and find clues by yourself. I will take you in. Remember to dress up before you come." "Then what identity should I dress up as?" "Bodyguard." Xiahou Qing raised the corner of his mouth and showed an expression that was not a smile. Obviously, he meant, "You think too highly of yourself with your height." Then, under Ning Shu's gloomy expression, he slowly said 3 words, "Little eunuch." Ning Shu. Chapter 84. It was better to be a little eunuch than not being able to get in. Thinking of this, Ning Shu accepted the idea without any qualms. Fortunately, Ning Shu was not short. After wrapping the chest cloth and changing into the eunuch's uniform, she looked tall and straight. She was even taller than some of the eunuchs. Hui Mo was an expert in disguise. He had a complete set of tools in his hands. He put on a pair of silk gloves and carefully kneaded Ning Shu's face. He tried to only put a thin layer of rouge on the necessary parts to make her more androgynous. But even so, Ning Shu frowned in pain. Ouch, it turns out that the disguise technique is so painful. Then the pain when you shrink your bones should be 100 times more painful. Hui Mo didn't care too much. He continued to press on her face to make some minor adjustments. He also applied some yellow powder to make her skin darker. It was the final cover. It's okay. It's just for a while. It's nothing. When I was a child, I was sent to the sect to practice martial arts. It was so miserable. Every day, my bones were like being broken and reshaped. I cried every day and was laughed at by my master and senior brothers. But no matter how painful it is, it's just physical pain. It can't be compared with Shitsi's. Ning Shu heard that he became depressed in the last sentence, so she said, "You are very loyal to your Shitsi." Hui Mo nodded hard and said, "That's right. If it weren't for Shitsi, I would have been eaten up by wild dogs." Why did it sound so miserable to be eaten by wild dogs? Ning Shu asked in confusion. Then what happened? Lady Ning, do you know about the famine in Hanjiang Prefecture 10 years ago? Ning Shu thought for a while and said, I have some impression. Hanjiang Prefecture was hit by a 100-year flood the year before, and then there was a drought the next year. All the newly planted rice died in the drought. Millions of hectares of farmland had no harvest. It is said that nearly 100,000 people died at that time. Hui Mo shook his head and said, No, in fact, it was a total of 280,000 people. My father and mother were also there. They all starved to death in that famine. Upon hearing this, Ning Shu frowned. It seemed that both the provincial government and the Ministry of Revenue had concealed the information. However, she did not expect them to be so bold as to conceal nearly 2/3 of the information. How audacious! Then Hui Mo continued to speak. Before he died, my father cut off a piece of meat from his body and gave it to me. He told me that it was a rabbit meat he picked up on the road and wanted me to eat it to survive. Hui Mo smiled. But I'm small, but my eyes are sharp. At that time, not to mention rabbit meat, even the grass on the ground and the ant holes in the soil had been dug out and eaten. How could you still find rabbit meat? Also, my father's pants are covered in blood. How can I eat my father's meat? I thought that it would be good if the whole family died together. Then I closed my eyes and lay beside my father and mother's bodies, waiting for death quietly. It was a very good day. There were no clouds in the blue sky and the sun above my head was burning. My father and mother's bones were already smelly. Several hungry wild dogs ran over to eat their meat. I was so angry that I wanted to get up and beat them away, but I didn't have any strength. A wild dog ran over and started to bite my meat. I felt that I was going to die because I couldn't feel the pain. Ning Shu had also died many times before, so she could empathize with the feeling of death. She did not say anything and listened to the energetic boy in front of her. When I was about to die, I vaguely heard footsteps in front of me. Then the owner of the footsteps said, I want him to live. I thought at that time, is he an immortal? He wants me to live and I can live. The meat on my back was almost eaten by the dogs. Unexpectedly, I survived in the end. Not only did I survive, but I also lived better and better. At that time, almost all the children in our village died. I was the only one who survived. My life was given by young prince. In addition to me, there were also Shi Yan, Jusi, and Tianwen. They were all picked up by young prince from various prefectures. He proudly patted his chest and smiled. So, in this world, anyone can betray young prince, but we will never. Chapter 85. After listening to his calm narration and looking at his sincere and vivid face, Ning Shu slowly curled up her lips and smiled. I kind of understand why he chose you to serve him. She didn't expect that Xiahou Qing was such a cold person and had the habit of picking up children everywhere. She really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Ning Shu rubbed the porcelain box in her sleeve. In fact, that man was not as unreasonable as she thought. Hui Mo was curious, why? He was not very confident. In terms of martial arts, he was not as good as Shi Yan. In terms of flexibility, he was not as good as Tianwen. In terms of alertness, he was not as good as Jusi. In addition to the little tricks such as autopsy and disguise, he had always been a little inferior in other aspects. Because there was vitality in your body, which could prevent him from being swallowed by the endless darkness and cold death when he was surrounded by the plum blossom kiss. Ning Shu thought so in her heart. She smiled and did not answer. Then she changed the topic. How many years have you been serving your master? It was almost evening and the appointed time was coming. Ning Shu changed into a full set of clothes and chatted with Hui Mo on the side of the Chili Bridge. I have been serving my master since 10 years ago. In addition to practicing martial arts with my master, I have been serving my master. I am an old man serving my master. Then you should know your master very well. Hui Mo was very confident about this, of course. No one in the mansion knows young prince better than me. Then let me ask you, what kind of tea does he like to drink? Junshan silver needle. What color does he like to wear? Black and black are more often worn. Occasionally, he would wear cyan. When he celebrated the princess's birthday, he also wore frost and moonlight once or twice. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. She always saw that guy wearing black. She didn't expect that he would wear such delicate frost and moonlight. She wondered what he would look like in them. Would he be as gentle and handsome as Yun Ruohui? She stopped her imagination and continued to ask, which master's brush and ink does he like? The sage of painting, Wu Daozi. What is the bone he often plays with in his hand? That's... Hui Mo almost blurted out. Xiahou Qing's voice suddenly came from behind him. I remember I reminded you before that the more you know, the faster you will die. Ning Shu was startled. She touched the tip of her nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "Hee, we were just casually chatting. Your Highness need not take it to heart." Xiahou Qing snorted coldly and turned around to walk towards the carriage. Ning Shu smacked her lips regretfully. What a pity. So close. Hui Mo patted his chest with lingering fear. Thank goodness, almost. In the future, when he spoke to this Lady Ning, he had to be 10 times more careful. No, 100 times more careful. He must not be tricked by her again. Otherwise, if he accidentally betrayed the crown prince, how would he have the face to return to the Nanping prince's estate? Sob, it was too difficult. Seeing that she did not catch up, Xiahou Qing impatiently urged her. Why are you still standing there? Ning Shu looked over in confusion. She saw Xiahou Qing standing in front of the carriage and reaching out a hand. She looked at her little eunuch uniform, and then silently looked at the sky for a while. Sighing silently, she ran over to take the step stool from Jiu Si's hands and placed it at Xiahou Qing's feet. Finally, she respectfully raised her hands to support Xiahou Qing's arms. Smiling, she said, "Master, please." Xiahou Qing's lips curved imperceptibly. He stepped on the stool and got into the carriage. Chapter 86. Inside the third prince's residence. A thin gray figure passed through the doorway and walked into Xiao Yunyan's study. He reported to the prince in embroidered robes, "Your Highness, the banquet tonight has been prepared. It's set up in the Copper Sparrow restaurant. We're just waiting for Your Highness and the young masters to arrive before the banquet begins." Under the screen painted with vivid images of beauties, Xiao Yunyan looked at the list of girls who had just been disposed of. He was speechless for a long time. Hearing the strategist's voice, he came back to his senses and nodded. "The maid serving tonight," the strategist in gray whispered, "Don't worry, Your Highness. The maids tonight are all new to the residence. No one will be able to find anything that can be used against them." Xiao Yunyan mumbled, "That's good." Sixth prince was raised by his mother and is very scheming. He also has the crown prince of Nanping. He usually doesn't attend these banquets, but he agreed to my invitation tonight. He's also an unfathomable person. Right now, the situation outside is tense. It's better not to take risks. The strategist laughed. His hoarse voice was like a vulture waiting for food in a graveyard. "Is Your Highness worried about that rumor?" Xiao Yunyan's eyebrows jumped. His wrinkled eyebrows were full of hesitation and indecision. "The rumor outside is that the female corpse found in Phoenix Terrace is called Nainu." "Do you think?" The strategist comforted him, "Your Highness, don't worry. You're the son of the true dragon. Demons and evil spirits wouldn't dare to act rashly. Also, Furue saw her take her last breath with his own eyes. It was handled cleanly. The manor also checked. There were no abnormalities. No one will suspect our third prince's residence." "That's good." Xiao Yunyan nodded. He lowered his head and continued to look at the list in his hand. He felt that each of his fingers was covered in blood. He immediately turned the list upside down on the table and said hesitantly, "Sir, do you think I'm doing the right thing?" The gray-robed strategist walked over and lit the beauty lamp on the table. He moved the candlelight in front of Xiao Yunyan and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Which wise emperor in history did not have blood on his hands before he ascended the throne? To say something disgraceful, even if it was your imperial father, can you guarantee that he had nothing to do with the chaos in the palace 25 years ago? Then why did His Majesty faint in fright when Empress Zhou's soul returned? Your Highness, you are the eldest son of His Majesty. You should inherit the throne." What he was doing now was just to control those fence-sitters and prevent them from swaying left and right. As for those foolish women, they are infatuated with power and beauty. It has nothing to do with you. After they died, you also took good care of them, so Your Highness need not take it to heart. Looking at the dancing candlelight in front of him, Xiao Yunyan looked a little absent-minded. "Is it really like this?" "Yes." The strategist nodded with certainty. He picked up the white handkerchief with the list of names on the table and held it in front of Xiao Yunyan. He bowed and advised carefully, "Since things have already started, there is no reason to give up halfway. For the prosperity of the future, the sacrifice of these ants was their glory. When you inherit the throne and prosper our great you, it will be a blessing for all the people." "Is that so?" "Yes. That's it." The brief hesitation in Xiao Yunyan's eyes was bewitched by the words of the future described in the strategist's words. It broke inch by inch and turned into ferocious persistence. There is no turning back. Necessary sacrifices are indispensable. The death of 100 people in exchange for the people's livelihood, what is wrong with that? I am the eldest son of His Majesty. This throne should be mine. Only I can lead you back to the peak and create a new prosperity. He opened his red eyes wide and grabbed the list of names. Without hesitation, he placed it on the candle. In an instant, the dancing flames licked the white handkerchief enthusiastically, swallowing the names that represented the lives on it and turning them into black ashes, as if they had never existed. Chapter 87. Tonight, the banquet at the third prince's residence was held in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there were many K-pop plants that were in full bloom. From afar, they looked like a puff of pink smoke, blending with the purple sunset. It was brilliant and beautiful, but it also looked like blood. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, all the guests were already seated. Ning Shu obediently helped Xiahou Qing into the hole. She raised her head and quietly looked around. Xiao Yunyan, Xiao Yunyi, and Xiao Yunsan were all present. The eighth prince, Xiao Yunjin, had also been dragged along, accompanied by other noble young masters. More than a dozen beautiful maids were pouring wine for them. The moment Xiahou Qing entered, the pavilion fell silent. Everyone looked over and heard the seventh prince, Xiao Yunsan, pursed his lips and said, "Third brother, I knew we shouldn't have invited Xiao's heir." Everyone was shocked. Xiao Yunsan continued, "Look, as soon as he came, all the girls in the pavilion looked in the same direction. They couldn't even pour the wine properly." He pointed. Sure enough, the yellow-robed maid who was pouring wine for him was staring at Xiahou Qing in a daze. She didn't even know that the wine was overflowing. Xiao Yunsan continued, "And the maids in purple and red robes over there. Just now, they were fighting to serve sixth brother. It really made people jealous." Forget it, forget it. I've already seen it clearly. We ugly people have no way to survive in front of you good-looking people." Boisterous laughter broke out in the hole. Xiao Yunyan, who had always been steady, also joined in. "Seventh brother, you see, I know my place. Who doesn't know that half of the girls in the city are thinking about Xiao's heir and the other half are thinking about sixth brother? Mediocre people like us should live blindfolded." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the yellow-robed maidservant's face was crimson red. She hurriedly wiped away the spilled wine, but in the chaos, she made many mistakes. She almost knocked over the entire pot of wine. Fortunately, a white hand reached over and helped her to straighten it in time. She turned her head and looked at Ning Shu, who was dressed as a eunuch. She bowed to her gratefully, "Thank you, little eunuch." Ning Shu gave her an easygoing smile and continued to support Xiahou Qing as they slowly walked into the hall. She nodded at the various princes and sat in the first seat to the left of Xiao Yunyan. After Xiahou Qing sat down, Ning Shu stood behind him obediently. She suddenly realized that Xiao Yunyi's eyes were on her, but she was not worried and continued to stand there with her head lowered. She looked down at her nose at her mouth and mouth at her heart, acting like a vase that was not worthy of attention. Not too long later, Xiao Yunyi looked away. The young master of the Prime Minister's family was also someone who loved excitement. "A few days ago, I heard that His Majesty was discussing with the old imperial concubines to arrange a marriage for your highnesses. What do your highnesses think? We can only survive if the two of you are dealt with." Xiao Yunyi smiled, "I already have someone in my heart. Don't make fun of me. If you want to make fun of me, go make fun of Mr. Xiahou. Mr. Xiahou is older than me by a few years and is not married yet. It can be seen that his taste is not ordinarily high. Who do you like, my 13th royal sister or the third miss of the Qi family?" Everyone's attention turned to Xiahou Qing curiously. Ning Shu also looked at his steady back and was very interested in his answer. Xiahou Qing took a sip of wine and put it down, saying lightly, "No matter who it is, the person who marries me is destined to be a widow." "Who does your highness think I should marry?" Xiao Yuni was speechless. Ning Shu couldn't help but want to laugh. Xiao Yuni originally wanted to kick this hot rubber ball to Xiahou Qing, but he didn't expect to be choked by Xiahou Qing's words. Everyone knew that Xiahou Qing's health was not good. No matter if he answered Princess Chongping or Qi San, it was because he wanted them to be widows. However, her eyes quietly landed on Xiahou Qing's back. These words were too sad. She didn't know why, but Ning Shu's heart suddenly couldn't bear it. Chapter 88. Young Master Tan, who started this topic, immediately tried to smooth things over. "Young Master Xiahou, you're wrong. I've heard from a few of my cousins that if they could marry His Highness, they would be willing to die even if they had to. Even if I were a woman, I'm afraid that I would also kneel before His Highness." After young Master Tan finished speaking, he casually pointed at Ning Shu. "What's your name?" Ning Shu regained her senses and immediately replied respectfully, "This servant is called Yan Gui." Young Master Tan continued to ask, "If you were a woman and I asked you to marry His Highness, would you be willing?" Ning Shu was stunned and hurriedly pretended to be ashamed. "This servant is a heaven-defying person, how would I dare?" Young Master Tan waved his hand. "We're only talking about hypotheticals." What kind of sin had she committed that she had to be kicked into such a piping hot bowl? Ning Shu lowered her head in shame and said shyly, Of course. I'm willing." When her words entered his ears, the wine cup in Xiahou Qing's hand shook slightly, but he quickly steadied it with his fair hand. He pursed his thin lips and didn't say anything. The atmosphere that had cooled down immediately heated up again. Xiao Yunsan giggled. "Look, this little eunuch's face is red, ha 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 ha." Ning Shu's face wasn't red earlier, but it turned red from his words. Last time, she was caught talking about her feelings behind his back, and this time, she said that she was willing to marry him in front of him. What was going on? She turned her head sideways, not knowing how to face Xiahou Qing. As the host, Xiao Yunyan changed the topic. "Sixth brother, you've returned victorious from suppressing the bandits. Let me give you a toast." Xiao Yunyan's gaze landed on Ning Shu for the second time. Hearing Xiao Yunyan's voice, he looked back and said, "Thank you, royal brother, for your praise." After drinking with everyone, Xiao Yunyan put down his wine cup and chuckled. The bandits on Mount Yanxi have been causing trouble for many years. Unfortunately, that is one of the important routes from the north to the capital. Who knows how many people have been harmed. It is said that Ing City's Ho family, Bo family's Du family, and Ruan family almost lost their lives there. 2 years ago, Imperial Father had sent several groups of people, but none of them had been able to wipe out the bandits. I didn't expect Sixth Brother to succeed so quickly and close this case. It's really a great thing. Xiao Yunjin took over the conversation and sighed, "The case of Mount Flame Breath is over. Now, there's only the case of Phoenix Terrace left in the capital. It's really a headache." That day, Imperial Father saw Empress Zhou's ghost with his own eyes. When he returned to the palace, he fell ill and hasn't recovered yet. Another son of Minister Li was puzzled. What's so great about Ning Shu? Why did the Empress give her the Phoenix Terrace case? Isn't she afraid that she'll mess things up even more? Young Master Tan smiled. There's something you don't know. The world now knows that she's known for bringing misfortune to her husband through 3 marriages. In fact, in the early years, she was known as a female prodigy. She followed her master, Master Hui Xi, to solve several cases consecutively. Even His Majesty praised her. Xiao Yunjin was the youngest among them and was very curious. So great. Pick a few cases and tell me about them. Xiao Yunyan said cheerfully, your sixth brother is here. Let him talk. The first case she solved when she was 5 years old was your sixth brother's. Sixth brother. Those who were sitting there exchanged glances. That incident happened when His Highness' sixth brother was down and out. Who would want to tell others about what happened when they were at their worst for fun? Xiao Yunyan also realized that his words would offend someone. Just as he was thinking about how to smooth things over, Xiao Yunyi raised his head and drank the wine at the bottom of the cup in one gulp. He slowly said, back then, before I was taken in by Imperial Mother, I was by Yin Zhaoyi's side. Everyone began to listen attentively. One time, I accidentally offended someone. 3 days later, a golden hairpin appeared in my bookcase. It was a relic left behind by the late Empress Dowager and was given to Consort Qi before she died. I couldn't explain it and could only kneel outside Qian Palace to prove myself. At that time, she followed Princess Axian into the palace to pay her respects and accompanied Consort Qi and the other consorts to admire the flowers in the small garden. After hearing my story, no one was willing to speak up for me. She suddenly pointed at me and said, Mother, is this little brother stupid? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.